Welcome, everyone. We are going to call the May 19th Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Will you please join me in a salute to our flag? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Jamar, will you please read the public participation procedures?
So the public participation procedures, in order to protect the health and safety of Tuolumne County citizens, the Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public, but it will be available as follows. And it's public access, and this is for video and audio live streaming, is available at the Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumecounty.ca.gov. And then public access for audio only is available through a Zoom meeting, and you can listen by calling in 1-669-900-9128, and the webinar ID is 987-3738-5155. And this meeting will be open to the public via remote call-in line. So during the meeting, citizens who wish to comment publicly can call into the number 209-533-6581 when the item is called, when I read the item, and your call will be taken in the order that it's received. So public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed on the agenda, excluding staff reports. And I'll remind the public periodically of the number throughout the meeting, so if you forget it. And then again, please call in when I read the item. And another announcement is that on public comment on each of the items via telephone from the public is limited to 3 minutes for the whole for each item on the meeting. Thanks.
Okay. And for our staff and the public's benefit, I want them to know that no one on this board, the CAO, is happy with how we're having to conduct these meetings and do business in this COVID environment. But we are complying with the governor's orders that he has put in place. So I can assure you that we are all looking forward to the time when our boardroom is open to the public, open to all of our employees that want to come in, and that will be as soon as the governor's California pandemic roadmap allows. So with that, I would ask if there is any oral communication. Public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Is there anyone in the queue? And this one will give just maybe a slight time lag. And as Ms. Jamar said, when the item is read, please, if you have comments, get in the queue then. Seeing no public comment, I'll ask if there are any staff reports.
Good morning, Board. Quincy Yaley, Director of the Community Development Department. I just wanted to let you and the public know that we are actively working to reopen the 4th floor of the ANF building so that we can begin taking in additional permits and scheduling inspections. We're anticipating opening on Wednesday, May 27th. We will be posting hours on our website as well as doing a press release to let those who wish to visit us in person know how they can get into our building. We've continued to perform inspections and have been taking in permits via appointment and email, and we've been busier than ever. If you have any questions, you can contact our building division front desk at 533-5637 or my direct line at 533-5961. And again, we're aiming to open the 4th floor of the ANF building, which includes housing, land use and natural resources, environmental health and building, next Wednesday, May 27th. Thank you.
Is there any other staff comment? Ladies?
I have one person who called for oral communications a little late.
All right.
Hi, yes. My question is pertaining to the campgrounds. I don't understand why the campgrounds cannot be opened to people with RVs who can utilize their own restrooms and so forth when you have a lesser chance of contracting COVID from people in your own family versus everybody at the launch ramps who's...
Can I ask the caller a question? Is this on the
Sure.
COVID-19?
Yes.
Okay, so we definitely want to hear your comments. If you would just hold those for just a moment, because that is an agendized item, and we will be hearing it very shortly after we do the consent calendar. So if you can hold just for a moment, we would like to hear from you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Any other staff reports? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on May 5th and May 12th, 2020, authorizing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for a CAL FIRE Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant, adopting a resolution approving the Boating Safety and Enforcement Financial Aid Program Agreement with the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of the Boating and Waterways for the Boat Patrol Unit, adopting a resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Office to apply and accept the 2019-2020 State of California Department of Parks and Rec Off-Highway Motor Vehicle Grant, approving an agreement to transfer ownership of law enforcement canines for Hans and from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department to Deputy Brian Lee, and an agreement to transfer law enforcement canine Bo from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office to the Deputy David Pohl, adopting a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works or her designee to submit applications, execute agreements, administer grant awards under the California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery, approving correspondence to the Pacific Gas and Electric regarding the draft application for new license for the Phoenix Hydroelectric Project, accepting the resignation of Jerry Baker from the Tuolumne County Planning Commission and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy, and adopt a resolution proclaiming May 17, 2020 through May 23, 2020 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Tuolumne County. And if you'd like to comment on any of these items, the number is 533-6581.
Is there any board comment?
Yes,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll
Supervisor
just-
Gray.
Item 9, the resignation of Jerry Baker. I want to personally thank Jerry for the 11 years that he served on the Planning Commission. He's been an excellent commissioner, worked hard, and he's really going to be missed. Those are going to be big shoes to fill. So whoever's out there, I think if they want to apply for that vacant position, please do so. But like I said, you're going to be replacing a really, really fine gentleman.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Rutherford, I'll echo Supervisor Gray's comments on Jerry. He has been an excellent choice, but the two that I'm specifically commenting on today is item 5 and item 6, the transfer of 2 of our law enforcement canines to their deputies. Both these canines have distinguished themselves in service to this county in light of the budget discussions that we're having today. I want to make sure that the public understands that the canine unit is made possible through fundraising efforts and community donations. That's about $60,000 a year. That goes towards the cost of maintaining, training, obtaining, maintaining, and training, and outfitting the cars for the canines. And these are true force multipliers in our law enforcement forces. And they contribute actively to enhance safety for our officers that are out patrolling. They go in sometimes into situations where it's not necessarily advisable to send an officer. And both Canine Haunts and Canine Bow have served this county with distinction. Canine Bow in particular is retiring a little bit early because he sustained a duty-related injury, which, although he has recovered, he hasn't recovered to the extent that he can perform the full range of his duties. And those canines are both being replaced, so we are not losing any capability. But I did want the public to know that most, if not all, of the cost of these law enforcement dogs is borne through community donations and fundraising efforts. And so I hope they enjoy their retirement with their deputies. The deputies aren't retiring, but the dogs are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other board comment, I'll ask if there's any public comment. No public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Move on the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Presentation and planning status update on the coronavirus COVID-19.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs, Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. It has been almost 10 weeks since the Public Health Department activated the Department Operations Center, and the troops are weary. It has taken the totality of county government to manage this crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and to thank every county employee and their department head who have directly and indirectly supported our county's efforts to manage this COVID beast. Advocacy that supports our local needs continues at all levels of county government, beginning with Madam Chair, every member of the board, our CAO, and our health officer. Our voices have been heard, maybe not at the speed that we want them to be heard, but things are changing and more changes coming very soon. And with that being said, I'll have Dr. Ortiz start.
Good morning. So we'll start off with some numbers. The last time I did this presentation to the board was on the 5th. So we're just taking a look at the numbers that we presented at that time and comparing them to the most recent numbers before we had to submit this presentation. We have a less than 50% increase across the board in terms of the United States and California numbers. I say less than 50% as if that's a small number. That is obviously a very large number. We're at over 3,300 deaths in California, and that increased more yesterday. For Tuolumne County, since the last time we did this presentation with slides, 2 of the cases that were assigned to Tuolumne County at the request of the outside county were moved to that county so that they could be monitored as part of a congregate living outbreak. We have had no deaths of Tuolumne County residents. We're going to blow right through this slide because it's numbers that we've all seen. The comparison between the 5th and the 19th in terms of the overall state prevalence and incidence is pretty similar. We've made a lot of changes in those 2 weeks, and we'll get into some of that in this presentation today. Our numbers would imply that we don't have community transmission in Tuolumne County at this time. And a lot of comparisons are made to the counties north of Sacramento. And we are similar in terms of our numbers. However, as you can tell from this map, we're not at all similar in terms of what we're surrounded by. So we are at much higher risk of that changing very, very quickly compared to some of the more remote parts of the state. Tag.
Yep, that's me.
That's you.
So, Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. I get to speak to one slide today. It's a very important slide. And it is about our local partnership in Tuolumne County with various entities out there that have either been created or have been long-standing in tradition. The Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team came about when COVID-19 was first starting to be managed from county to county. We entered into a relationship with Mariposa and Madera counties, along with the Yosemite National Park and the Stanislaus National Forest. We continue to meet. We continue to meet on a weekly basis within this group, and we have prescribed management circumstance within the group as a region. And we will continue to do so as we continue to manage COVID-19. The San Joaquin Valley Public Health Consortium is a group that we have been associated with for a number of years. You can see the numbers of counties that are well within this group. I would just like to point out Calaveras, Mariposa, Merced, San Joaquin, and Stanislaus are part of this group. They are adjacent counties to Tuolumne County. One county you don't see is Mono County. And I'd just like the board to know and the public that Mono County does participate in a weekly conference call with something called the Multi-Agency Coordination Group. And it is a group that includes many of these counties, including Mono County, of which they've had COVID activity in the past. This group, the third group I want to speak to, we added for this week, and it is the Region 4 Medical Health Mutual Aid Advisory Committee. Mutual aid. So all of these folks sit in our region, and when we are making requests for PPE or resources, many of these groups are copied on those requests, and we can engage in those groups with those groups in mutual aid activity. So just wanted to point out these groups and these committees that we are in contact with either daily or every other day or weekly.
So, Steve, for clarification, Mono County has also joined the Yosemite Gateway Partnership. They did that a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you.
So this is just to give some small details about the local health officer orders that were put in place. The previous orders are on the left, and the 3 orders that have been put in place since we last presented are here. The one on the 8th was very quickly superseded by the ones on the 11th and 13th. That was just to clarify that because our attestation was approved, we are able to do things that the state order did not allow. So we needed to clarify that we were able to go beyond that into late stage 2, and then just to keep our febrile respiratory illness screening up to date with the CDC and CDPH guidelines. And as you know, our febrile respiratory illness screening is an important part of our surveillance. Testing continues to be conducted locally and are processed through private hospital and San Joaquin Public Health Labs. As of yesterday, 784 tests had been conducted on residents, which were reported through CalReady, which is the state reporting system. And as we said before, 2 of those have been positive but have fully recovered. We have a significant increase in the availability of swabs and are able to test all symptomatic patients and a large number of asymptomatic patients who may be at higher risk due to hospitalization or chronic disease or what they work in. The state has notified us that we will be having a shared testing site with Calaveras. I expect that the next time that I report to this board during a regular board meeting, we will be able to say that that is up and running. And sites in the Valley and Mariposa continue to be available to all residents of California, and they can go to that website to sign up to get a test. Unfortunately, I was not able to update this slide this morning with the latest numbers, which look even better. But this is just to state that overall across the state, the number of tests that are being done have significantly increased. We had 57,000 tests done in the 24 hours preceding the 17th. So that is nearly double what we were doing 2 weeks ago. Tuolumne County continues to provide a large number of tests per resident as compared to our neighbors. We continue to monitor that, and that will continue to increase and improve as our access to the state site becomes live.
Public health continues to coordinate with the hospital, the EMS, ambulance, and other healthcare partners to plan and prepare for potential medical surge. Adventist Health Sonora has a robust surge plan in place, and they've done a great job increasing their surge capacity, which we attested to in our variance. We have plans in place to set up an alternate care site in case that should become necessary. And we continue to work with our healthcare partners and our Yosemite Gateway coordination team to conduct epidemiological surveillance and monitoring.
So the biggest changes since we last spoke is where we are on our state stages. Just a reminder to the public that the state is following a 4-stage plan, and the state overall is at the lower risk workplaces in stage 2. So we are a bit further on. So across the state, retail, manufacturers, offices, some other limited services like car washes and pet grooming are open. And since we last spoke, our attestation was approved and posted on the CDPH website. So in Tuolumne County, you are able to go into retail stores and shopping malls, and you are able to have dine-in restaurants be open. What's not open is things that are in stage 3 and 4. So for most people, that means hair and nail salons, entertainment venues, and any sort of large gathering location. So unfortunately, there are 2 different places that businesses need to check for where their guidances may be. All businesses must complete this state guideline checklist, post it in their business, and submit it to public health at that email address. And because not everyone in the state has the same things open, they are on 2 different websites. So this is a reference. We've talked a lot about this from the public health side, and it's also available at tcdisasterassistance.com with some pretty step-by-step guidance for how to get this done. And we have been receiving a lot of correspondence from businesses and also a lot of questions so that we can provide technical assistance to businesses that want to open and have questions about their required checklists. There's been a lot of confusion about why some things are in stage 3, why some things can't be open right now. The state has made the decision to base that on risk for transmission. So a lot of people reference, being in a crowded store versus being 6 feet away from someone in some other facility. And the thing to consider is that if you are following the recommendations of not going to crowded stores and staying 6 feet away from people, you should just be temporarily passing people in that store. You should not be standing next to them for prolonged periods of time. And other things that are in stage 3 do require physically touching other people and being in prolonged contact, which we know is what leads to transmission of disease. Just as a reminder, we are progressing, which is great. We continue to look at all of our indicators for whether disease is in this county and how it's transmitting, and whether or not we're able to contain it. So we have been able to progress, but we know that if we are not able to stay in containment, that we may need to implement mitigation strategies. So just a reminder to people that the expectation is that we may need to toggle back and forth. And also a reminder to people that the state health officer order is pretty clear that people may patronize facilities that are open in their own community, but that the expectation is that they do that within their own community, and they should not travel significant distances and should stay close to home. Just another reminder, our expectation is that vulnerable populations will likely be advised to stay home until stage 4. And that they should stay at home as much as possible and seek assistance for doing necessary essential errands. We continue to advocate for local control. We do this as a region, as an area, as local representatives. I know that you are all doing this on the political end of things, and we do this on the public health side of things. It's just a reminder to the public that we continue to advocate for some local control, and we have been given quite a lot, and that continues to expand.
Okay, our public information officer and our communications team continue to do a tremendous job in coordinating messaging and responding to the public as information becomes available, utilizing various platforms to disseminate the information. And our Joint Information Center continues to meet regularly, so our interagency messaging has allowed for uniform delivery. Just as a reminder, there's a COVID-19 community resource portal. The website allows community members to find what they need regarding COVID-19 and allow them to link to the appropriate website they wish to visit. County staff have been amazing, from the CAO's office, the county GIS department, and the public health department in maintaining that site. And there's 2 links that they can access to visit that website. Community members can get general COVID information from the following numbers. The 533-7440 is the public health line, and the 536-5166 is the Adventist Health Advice line. There are also official links, including the public health website and Facebook page and the CDPH and CDC websites.
Happy to take any questions.
Okay. I hope our public members are staying with us for just a few more minutes. I want to ask first if there are questions across the dais. I don't see any questions. I think there might be a comment or two after. So let's go to public comment.
Hello, yes. My call was in regards to the campgrounds. You folks have opened up the lake, and last weekend there were literally hundreds of people lined up and down the roads trying to get into the lake, yet we're not allowed to camp with our own families in an RV with our own facilities for the restroom. I don't understand why the campgrounds can't be opened for families on their own. The campsites at Blue Lakes are 10 feet away from each other? Depending on which site you stay at, I just don't understand why the campgrounds can't be opened.
Thank you. Would you like to make a comment?
I would just, as you all know, we continue to advocate to the state for local authority to make that change. It has been very clear that the state does not allow that.
So I would just add that this county has been advocating for what you are discussing. It doesn't seem to have any logic to me personally to not allow for camping and some of the outdoor activity when the governor has said that outdoor activity is a safe place. His concern, I believe, is that we will have out-of-county travel into our area. And as Dr. Ortiz showed that map, we do have some areas with some significant caseloads surrounding us. The problem is, I think, for a number of us, is that we are experiencing that travel. That travel is happening, and as long as it happens and it continues to happen, and we don't have the coordination and cooperation of some of our partners, it is this board's belief, and we have articulated this, that we stand a greater risk than if we would implement some procedures and have the coordination cooperation of some of our concessionaire partners in the Forest Service. So just know this is something that we are working on, and Dr. Ortiz, I believe, has been advocating on this very point on our behalf at the state level, and it is an area that we would look to the governor to allow for some local control on. Any other comments from the board? Is there any other public comment? Okay.
I was going to wait until there's no public comment, but now that there's no more public comment, I just want to echo Supervisor Brennan's comments. There are several areas that various of us, and obviously I can't know what every board member thinks because of the Brown Act and the limitations on communicating directly with my colleagues. But I know that several of us, at least on each one of these issues, whether it be campgrounds, personal care, church services, there's probably some others that we believe that there are methodologies that we can put in place that could safely implement reactivation of some of these activities within our county. We are concerned with the amount of travel that we're getting from out of county. Unfortunately, the governor has not put in place a mechanism to control that, and we certainly don't have the resources to control that either. But even given that, I think there are methodologies that can be put in place that would allow us to reopen some of these activities locally and do it safely. So we continue to advocate for that. Being our CSAC representative, I'm certainly weekly and often more frequently than weekly communications with the CSAC people that are advocating. We're advocating through RCRC. I know Supervisor Brennan's doing that as our rep there. We're advocating through public health associations, and really virtually our CAOs are working with the other states. We're trying to get as much leverage in the governor as we can. Sometimes it feels like you're screaming from the bottom of a very tall barrel. But the fact is we are pushing for these things. We agree with the public on a lot of these issues. But honestly, I swore to uphold and defend the laws of the state as well as the nation, and I'm not going to advocate breaking a health order that has the effect of law. So until the governor moves, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. So I beg the public's indulgence on this. Just please know we are working as hard as we possibly can to get these activities opened up as soon as we can. Thank you.
Is there any other board comment?
Just a quick comment. I noticed on this plan, on the surge planning, that my favorite graph of hospitalizations for ICU wasn't in here. Is there any way we can get that next go around?
If there's an update, yes, the one I provided before was the latest update.
And was that from the state?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just looking at the numbers, we're on par with the same numbers as the seasonal flu. Right now we're at 0.008%.
That's assuming testing.
Assuming
which
testing.
We have not. We don't have the capacity to
Right.
test the way we have the capacity to test for flu.
Right. But a lot of our surge planning is based on ICU and
Yes.
deaths. Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the update. Okay, will the clerk please read our 9:30 appointment?
This is consideration of providing staff direction on the development of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget.
All right, Ms. Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Eric Earhart from our office as well. Before we get started, I just want to say a couple things. First, this is by far one of the most difficult budget years we've had in a long time. There are still so many unknowns. Each time we make a presentation and we talk about those numbers keep moving, it's based on information we receive from our state and federal legislators and from our state associations. But I also want to thank, our department heads have been incredible. They're really working with us. They're putting things together. They're being creative. I also want to make clear that these discussions are difficult for all of us. The board, nor none of us at the department head level, none of us want to take programs apart. What we want to do is provide programs. We are here because we want to help. And so as we engage in these conversations, I just want everyone to know this isn't about a quality of service that someone is providing, because they're all excellent quality services. This isn't about the way that people work. This is really about the fact that we are facing unprecedented times in a budget with so many unknowns, and we're reacting as quickly as we can, knowing that today the message might be different later this afternoon. So with that being said, Eric will start, and then we'll go through each of these slides. When we get to the departments, there are a few departments who will come up and address the board.
You'll see on the slides, and when we get there, that we have what direction we're looking for, that we will actually want to go through the entire presentation and then go back to those slides so that we can go through each of them methodically, but you get to hear from them. And then secondly, the language on the agenda is about direction. I just want to make sure everyone knows this is the board providing direction. It's not about actually making a finite decision today. Those will come as we come back to the board with the direction you provide today. And when we gather more information, we put more together. So I just want to make sure everyone realizes that this is discussion today and board direction, and we're not asking for final decisions today.
All right, thank you. Members of the board, Madam Chair, we'll get started here. So we'd like to start off with our mission statement. We commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. Secondly, we'd like to remind ourselves why we're here. Public safety is the first responsibility of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety. We like to start with that so we can remember what our purpose is here. It's to provide that safe community and be fiscally responsible as well. So with that, just some real high-level overview. Typically, we're here today to get board direction. Typically in the first Tuesday of June, you're presented with a complete recommended budget for all funds. Today we'll be focusing on getting direction primarily on the general fund. We would come back on that third Tuesday in June and get board approval on that recommended budget. Some things to keep in mind is the county is required by law to provide a balanced budget by June 30th, which is our spending plan beginning July 1. If we're going to do any layoff notices, those will need to be approved at that June 2nd board meeting to allow us time to get those notices out as required by law as well. With all that in mind, your board does have the option to hold special board meetings between now and that time. So you've seen this slide before. It's been updated now with what is actually currently in our budget system as what will be coming forth as the recommended budget. You'll see some of these costs are down significantly. Our PERS fixed payment now that we have the actual numbers, next year for the general fund is about a $530,000 increase. The PERS percentage is about $185,000. The salaries and benefits for the contracts that have already been negotiated is just over $1.1 million. And the jail is at $144,000. If you will remember, earlier we stated that it would be approximately $800,000. The sheriff has been very creative in coming up with ways to make this work for this year coming forward. In a minute, I'll ask him to come up and share his plan with you. Internal mandates are up about $686,000. So overall, we have an increase of almost $2.7 million in expenses going forward into next year.
Eric, pardon me, can you give us some examples for the public's information on what internal mandates look like?
Yeah, so these are work comp costs, our liability, our leave liability, unemployment is part of that as well. So as we've had these furloughs going, that's unemployment costs. We still cover the cost of that as well.
Thank you.
Anything else? That's most of them.
And I think it's important to bring up that PERS fixed payment, like I asked yesterday, it was going to be over about $1 million, but a big, even though it's an increase, it's still a savings of what we had projected.
Yeah, correct. We also get a savings because our auditor controller does prepay that payment, so we don't get the interest that's earned on that as well. We don't get penalized for that. And our departments have been very creative and looked at some other reorgs, and we'll talk about that as well as we move forward. So overall, we see a net change in expense of about $2.1 million going forward. So with that, I would ask the sheriff to come up and share his plan.
I'll get that from the chair. Oh, I'll take this one. You don't want the soft one? Nah. Get too comfortable. I want to stay up here for too long.
Hey, you're welcome to stay. You might need you.
Which one? This is the PowerPoint.
This one?
Get rid of maybe just the slide. All right, good morning, Board, Madam Chair, Sheriff Bill Pooley. I am here to talk about a new staffing plan, a revised staffing plan for the new Dan Backer facility. First off, I want to thank CAO Riggs and Eric here for inviting me up to talk about this plan. I'm going to present to you today. And before I get started, I really want to thank my staff. My staff has worked very diligently on this program, and without their help, it wouldn't be here. So I believe this plan will drastically help us to balance this year's budget, and let's get into it. So our current facility, as you know, was built in 1960. It's no longer serviceable for a number of reasons, from sewage leaks to lack of ADA compliance, rising cost and maintenance issues, inefficient design, and it's increasing our liability. And all this has been documented over, I think, at least the last 10 years in the grand jury reports. Our new facility, where it is safer and more efficient for both staff and inmates, it is designed with a maximum capacity of 230 inmates, up 83 from our current capacity. It's nearing completion, and we hope to have it open somewhere around October or November if it quits raining. So our original staffing plan included 4 custody support technicians. These are folks who would do intake and booking and run our central control. What's going on there? Okay. And then it would also include 5 new jail deputy positions for the increase in inmates that we would take on. The cost of this plan ongoing would be about $647,000. And I just want to make this very clear. This is just the sheriff's office staff costs. There are additional costs as far as housekeeping and building maintenance and those types of things. I'm only speaking to the sheriff's office cost at this time. And then along came COVID. As you know, it has become apparently clear, very quickly become clear that we have a fiscal crisis due to the COVID problem, and opening our new facility at maximum capacity is now impossible. The increase of staffing, health care being a large increase, the cost to feed inmates, the cost to clothe inmates is now prohibitive given our current state of economy. I am unwilling to open the jail at the county's expense and this county's financial future. I don't think it's prudent to do so. I think it would cause long-term detriment to our community if we did it at full capacity. So if we cannot open, or if we can't stay in the old facility and we can't open the new facility at maximum capacity, how can we safely operate the new facility at the same time reduce the financial impacts associated with that? So my staff over the last month or so, we really pride ourselves on our abilities to reinvent ourselves, reinvent the way we do our job. And we have worked and reworked this problem over and over again to the point where I had a layout of the facility, and we had dots where we would put people, and could this person run to this location in an emergency? We got really into it. And basically, after going through a number of scenarios, I'm going to recommend the following solution. We are going to open the new facility with a limited capacity of 100, and we're going to limit our capacity to 150 inmates. This will eliminate any increased medical costs. It will have a minor increase in the feeding of inmates. We'll add 3 additional inmates to the tune of about $8,000 a year. The clothing cost would be negligible because we recycle, and in our new facility we actually have a sewing corner where the clothing can be repaired. Moving on, we looked at moving custody staff to a new schedule. This has several pros and cons. Some of the cons are that it limits our ability to train on straight time. It forces us to do all of our training on overtime. It eliminates all mandated training or advanced training for the year. However, it does give us a more efficient schedule and allows us to cover around the clock more efficiently. It allows us to freeze the 5 new jail deputy positions. It eliminates 1 jail support tech out of the original plan and allows us to eliminate a jail sergeant position through attrition. Moving to the 12-hour shifts requires us to meet with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. We have done so, and after making them aware of our fiscal crisis and the need to move to 12-hour shifts, they acknowledged that they wanted to be a part of the solution, and we have come to a verbal agreement. We have some FLSA issues we still need to work through and some to make sure that we can do this plan, but I believe we have come to a good workable solution to our problem, and I want to thank them as well for helping us. So my recommendation for the new staffing plan will be to continue to hire 3 new additional jail techs, which will, for this year, cost us $45,000 to open the jail. Ongoing, it's about $79,000 because this year we'll only open for a portion of the year, thus the savings. But there are some drawbacks to this plan. So as we move forward, I would ask that this board pay very particular attention to the sheriff's jail staffing. As the economy grows, this county needs to make a commitment to staff, as it is prudent to do so, to add additional deputies back into this program. I want to acknowledge that this plan has absolutely no backfill incorporated in it. In other words, if someone takes off sick, injured, FLSA, or one of those things, we're probably going to be filling that position with overtime. We are cut absolutely to the bare bones, and I want to make that very clear. So as we move forward, we need to start adding in these 5 deputy positions. Hence, that is why they are frozen and not eliminated. It will allow us to add in backfill. As you know, as staff continues to work overtime, eventually, over the years, they are going to get burned out, which causes more sick time and will just compound the issue. So we need to look at that. We need to be allowed to continue advanced training. And advanced training is gang identification, suicide prevention, mental health awareness, and treating the inmates for mental health issues. This first year, when we move into the jail, most of our training this year is going to be on how to run this facility. The doors open differently. It's a new security system. So for the first year, I feel very confident that not doing the advanced training will be fine. We'll be plenty busy doing other types of training regarding to the facility. Adding back in these deputies will allow us to have somebody to oversee the training schedule to make sure that we are up to STC standards. We are highly governed, and there are a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for now? I've lost it. There are a lot of things that we have to adhere to, a lot of rules we have to adhere to. It would allow us to further classify inmates. We don't want to put inmates in the same cells together where they might assault each other or do things like that. We want to just really focus on our classification. We want to be able to investigate assaults. This is a very labor-intensive project. Anytime you're investigating these types of assaults, you need to go back, listen to phone calls, interview people, pull people out of their cells, find out why these things happen so we can prevent assaults on both staff and inmates in our facility. And lastly, we need someone to oversee the policies and procedures. As you know, the state changes about every 30 days, it seems like, and we need someone to stay on top of that. Having said all that, I believe my staff can rise to the occasion for the next foreseeable future, and we will do so accordingly. I guess in closing, I think that we can safely open this facility to the tune of about $45,000 for this year and about $96,000 ongoing. And I'm open for any questions.
Are there any questions for the sheriff?
Just a comment, Sheriff. Really thank you for taking initiative. These are troubled times, and to see what you have done and you and your staff have done there is very, very commendable. You know, you did mention it changes about every 30 days. I think it changes almost every day as far as as how we were handling criminals, and looking at the most recent jail count, I think we're down quite a bit. I don't know exactly what that is, but the fact is that we, for the foreseeable future, do you think that will continue the way that we're handling these?
I think for the very short term through this COVID crisis, it will absolutely stay that way. You have SB 10 coming down the pipe. How the state votes on that could limit some of our inmate population. But at the same time, the state's in crisis. Do they force another realignment, stage 2, on local jails? If that's the case, we may see an increase. We would see the increase in our current facility as well. But as long as we cap at 150, I think we'll be fine for the year. Having said that, I can't predict what the state is going to do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. This, first of all, thank you very much, Sheriff. This is, in my view, it's above and beyond. But it worries me. I have to tell you that, and I know it worries you a little bit as well. Just yesterday, our governor was talking about balancing the budget in a number of ways. First of all, he made a comment about first responders are going to be the first ones to be cut at the state level. That's going to put more pressure on our law enforcement at the local level. And the second thing that he talked about was closing prisons as a cost-saving measure. Well, if he closes those prisons, we've seen in the past where those inmates are going to end up, and they're going to end up in our local jails. And that, so while I really applaud you for really pitching in wholeheartedly in helping us solve our budget, it worries me where we're headed, not just locally, but at the state level, and what that means for us at the local level. So again, thank you for finding the savings. My last comment is that for people out there that would say, well, why weren't we doing this this way all along? It's because this is not the right way to do business. It's the way we have to do business because we have a budget crisis. If we were doing it the right way, we'd have that jail at full capacity. We need it at full capacity, and we'd have it properly manned. Not that it's going to be improperly manned with your proposed cuts, but 12-hour shifts with no funding for advanced training. I'm sorry, that's just not the way to do business in any discipline, and certainly not in law enforcement, where your level of training might save your life, might be the difference between losing your life or saving your life or getting seriously injured. So thank you very much, Sheriff. I appreciate it, but I'll say it again, it worries me.
Any other board questions?
Yeah, I just had kind of a comment and then a question. I think everybody here appreciates the work that went into getting to this point. And I really want you to know that I appreciate that. And I think what you've come to the board with is it's not what any of us would have preferred or envisioned when this process started. But you yourself mentioned the overall predicament that the county is in and not wanting to cause the county as a whole to suffer for one entity, and I really appreciate that. One of the questions that I had was, you mentioned backfilling with overtime, and I just wanted to, do you have any kind of estimates on, I know that you mentioned there's not a lot of wiggle room if there are deputies or staff that are injured or calling sick. It's a very dangerous job, as you know, and employees of every business or department are going to call in sick eventually. Do you have some kind of estimate of what those costs might be? Because I just look at, if we're not backfilling, 40 hours of overtime is, as you know, more expensive than 40 hours FTE. Do you have any kind of idea?
So we're going to stay at the same exact overtime schedule or amount, which is 450? I'm sorry, 435,000. We will be very conscious of that as we move through the year. As far as injuries go, our staff are getting younger. And this last year, we didn't have as many injuries as we had in previous years, and the trend is that it's going down. So I think I'm gambling on that, if you will, that we'll stay healthy and stay at work and do our thing. I think that having a new facility will definitely help. The facility itself is much safer to operate. I think it will eliminate assaults on staff and those types of things. It'll eliminate just uncooperative. But by having additional programs and things for the inmates to do, you have less inmates that are being uncooperative, maybe don't want to go along with the program that you have to end up wrestling with or fighting with or taking to the ground, and then hence the injuries and those types of things. So I think the overall facility will get better. Can I promise you that at mid-year I'm not going to be back here? No, but I feel fairly confident that we're going to get through the year at that amount. But if 10 people quit and go elsewhere, we're going to have a problem. I want to make that very clear.
Supervisor Kirk, a question?
Going last, most people say it, so thank you. Is a 12-hour shift, is that something just for the next fiscal year moving forward, or is that something that you're thinking indefinitely, or just during this?
I think it would probably be indefinitely. As we add folks in, maybe we relook at it several years from now. What I don't want to do is flip back and forth between different shifts, because it does upset the deputy's personal life.
Mm-hmm.
It can be quite bothersome to them and how they watch their kids and things with their families. We want to stick to one and keep it together. The deputies have already spoken. We've talked to the reps, or I'm sorry, the DSA president has talked to the reps within the jail, and they've agreed to this. So 12-hour shift in a jail is a long time.
No, it is, and I was going to get at that, and I want to thank them personally. I know we just went through a half-hour change, and that was a big uproar. So to go from 8 to 12.
Well, we're going from 11s to 12s.
Oh.
But on the 11-hour shifts, we have a built-in training day, so you're training on your duty day.
Gotcha. Okay.
Versus now you're going to actually be training on your off time, more time away from family, more time away from doing those things. And basically, as you know, you have to get away from this job on occasion. And there will be some impacts to staff, and I want to acknowledge and thank them for that.
Well, still, even an hour, 12-hour day, like you said, is a long day in any
long
facility.
day.
But hopefully, with new facility, safer facility, more programs, some morale will go up too. So, but thank you guys.
Thank you.
Sheriff, I have a quick question with for our benefit and the public benefit with the realignment AB 37. Have you seen a reduction in the revenue that you have received from the state over the last since 2011? In other words, is the state still funding the same share of cost that it did initially?
You're talking about AB 109?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Okay.
My
All right.
apologies.
So AB 109 was originally handed down to the counties. I think they funded us probably, and I'm guesstimating, probably 50 cents on the dollar through realignment. They did give us money, but the money, especially this year, is not going to keep up. They're talking about a 13% decrease from day one. In 2011, a 13% decrease from there. So our revenue is going to go down this year. We will make do. We will get by.
A 13% decrease, can you put that into some kind of a dollar so that the public can understand what that means?
I would have to get back to you.
Okay. It's not a few $1,000s, it's...
Oh, no. So through the CCP board, we have actually put some money aside. I don't know that we're going to be able to cover all of that ongoing. Hopefully the economy improves and that growth will start to come back. I don't feel comfortable sitting here and speaking to you about those numbers because I don't know them off the top.
We don't know, but we have some significant concerns that those dollars will continue to decrease in the future.
And the funding for that, if I'm not mistaken, is gas tax or sales tax. I'm sorry, sales tax.
NVLF, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sales tax, which we know the state is going
Which
to
we know is
haven't
going in the
with that.
toilet because of the COVID.
Okay.
It's going to be tight.
All right. Again, I just want to echo the comments that you've heard across the board. Please tell the entire department, thank you for being part of the solution. We know that there is a sacrifice here, and we've asked that of all staff to look for creative ways to be part of the solution, and they certainly have stepped up, and we really do appreciate that. So,
Thank you. I will let them know.
all right.
We weren't sure if you might want to do public comment as we go through each of these, just so in case there's people call in specifically for an item, kind of like we did last year. That's however you would like to handle it.
And so that's a little bit more difficult with the arrangement that we have, but I would ask at this time if there's any public comment for the sheriff. Okay, then, public, please stay with us because we will be getting to the other parts of this presentation. Mr. Earhart?
All right, thank you. Again, so our net increase, what we're expecting is about $2.1 million. So when I look at our local revenues, the impact that COVID-19 has had, these are 5 of our major revenue sources here. And you can see from 2018-19 into next year, looking forward, we see about a $4 million decrease in revenues. It's about almost 2.5 million over last year. And again, this does not include any reductions in the 2000 realignment for public safety, which includes the sheriff as well as district attorney, probation department, and I believe also the public defender's office as well, and juvenile hall, or any decreases in our health and human services agency. So with that, just to recap, we have a reduction in revenues of almost 2.5, increase in expense of just over 2.1, for projected shortfall of about $4.6 million. This does not include any set-aside, which is your board policy to set aside at least 1% of the operating budget as a contingency, and $250,000 for reserve, so that is not included in this cost. What is included is some additional reorgs by our auditor controller. She stepped up and made some changes in her office, as well as our tax collector. You already heard from the sheriff. And we have 2 other departments, another elected and a appointed department head. I point this out, and if you recall last year, we did make some other reorgs. And I bring this up because, including at our district attorney's office, is our staff and our appointed folks, our elected folks, they continue to step up, come to the plate and come up with good ideas to save money while still meeting the needs of the community. So I want to thank all of them for that. So you saw this slide before. I think at our last presentation, this was one of our last slides. And so as we move forward through this presentation, we're going to be hitting on each one of these, most of these topics as we go forward. And after each one, again, we will have some specific direction we're looking for, but we will come back at the end and ask for that direction. So with that, I'll hand it off.
Okay, so we're going to start with what we're working with our staff first, and that's in regards to concession bargaining. So we have what we've been asking is that all of our staff to participate in 3-week furloughs and to freeze salaries. And for those, what that means is in local government, there are 5 steps that people are hired at. So they may start at step A or B, but they progress each year on their anniversary through those steps. There's also CERT pay, so we have individuals, especially in our safety departments, that would earn CERT pay. Longevity for people who've been here for 10 years plus. So all of those different components of pay, we've asked that employees would consider freezing all of that for fiscal year 2021. And then the only other way, alternatives we have in working with our employees outside of concession bargaining is in the form of layoffs, which of course we'd like to avoid at all costs. It also is a huge impact, obviously, on our services we provide because it's our people who provide those services. And what we did, we provided the $72,000 as the median price for a county employee, and that includes everything. So that might be if they take family medical or dental or vision or the FICA and the PERS cost related, that is the fully loaded cost for the median of an employee. Yes.
Something else to point out when we start talking about layoffs. Not every layoff is the same as every other layoff. Some positions that get laid off, if we have to, generate revenue. And so when you lay somebody off in one position, it may not be a revenue-generating position, but if you lay off someone that is in a revenue-generating position, that's lost revenue as well as the savings that are associated.
Right. We see that in various different positions. It just depends on where they work.
And, sorry, real quick, what's about the 3-week furloughs of salary? What does that equate to percentage-wise?
I don't know what the percentage is. The total savings I think we have on there would be estimated at close to 1.5 million if everyone participated.
I did the rough math, and that's why I was asking. I think it's around 6%.
The furloughs. Oh, I'm sorry, 6%. Yes,
Yeah.
The furloughs would be about 6% of. So it's
employees.
almost 2% for every week that someone furloughs.
All right, I just want to make that clear.
Yep. Sorry,
No,
I thought you were asking what that amount
No,
was.
sorry,
the
no,
total
no.
payroll.
But per employee for the fiscal year, it's about 6%.
Yeah, so our employees could be, if everyone participates in this, it could range anywhere from about 6% to 12%. It just depends on where that employee is. Would they be coming up for any type of steps? They would forego those, as well as any longevity or CERT pay or anything like that for those who agreed to those terms.
Does that 1.5 million include that freeze salary? Okay.
Okay, any other questions on that part? All right, so let's go to recreation. So I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, your board did, I think it might have been 2016, 17, that we looked at raising fees within the county. And your board did look at doing that for recreation as well. So one of the alternatives we have, rather than eliminating a department for recreation, it's a bit different. We could look at increasing the cost so that taxpayers are not funding the bill for that type of service. I will say this is an incredible service, and many of our local residents depend on the service that our recreation department provides. So there's a couple things on here, and then Eric Aiken is going to come up and give you a presentation for you to consider and provide further direction. Couple things on here. You'll see we have recreation and then standard park. That is $730,000. That's the net cost with 30% revenue already built in. So this is an additional amount that would need to be captured if we were to capture the entire cost. For youth centers, we have on there, and you can see we're saying you would never charge for a youth center because most would not be able to use it, and that's not necessarily the type of program that it is. So when Eric's going to come up, and I'll go over some of what we're looking for with you. We have some options. I did want to talk about a little bit about the fact that with the COVID-19, we have experienced a lot of pause in services, just like we have with our others. So we are expecting for Standard Park, we're hoping that it's a live action. You've seen this live audience sports, and they're saying that might be stage 4. We're hoping we might be able to open those up maybe in September. The other one would be normally we would have summer rec programs. Eric can speak to those. I don't know when, the governor's kind of changing. We're all watching it. Yeah, he changed some of his language. Those might be available. Eric can speak to, could he pull something together for this summer? I don't know. Recommendation would be actually that we would look at taking our rec department and opening it next spring. But first I want you to hear from Eric Aiken on some of his recommendations and about the cost for programs.
Eric Gakin, Library and Recreation Manager. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, for allowing me to speak. I was asked to provide some numbers as to what full cost recovery would look like for the different programs that we do. This will look very similar to the budget presentation we did last year because we made a very similar presentation in regards to full cost. Some of those costs have changed a little bit due to some staffing levels that have changed since then. But we'll kind of just go through this real quick. So when we talk about recreation, some of the core services that we're discussing are our pools, where we do our swim lessons, our open swims, our lifeguard trainings, things like that. Our Tiny Tots program, which is our preschool transitional kindergarten program that we operate year-round. Our recreational program, which is our spring break and summer day camps for a lot of the families that rely on a place to send their kids while they're at work. It will also include hall rentals for the different community halls that the county has, and also all of our sports camps and contracts and programs that we offer throughout the year. So the first page there, it kind of outlines the different recreation programs. The first being our camps and contracts. So it shows that typically on an annual year, we have approximately 1,000 kids that participate in our sports camps and contracts. It'll show you the net county cost. The current fee I wrote varies. The way our contracts work is we actually receive 40% of the registration and 60% goes to the instructor to pay their time and what they provide for materials and instruction. So that one, we're not really recommending a full cost fee because each amount we raise the fee, it's a higher percentage that we're paying the contractor, so it's just going to keep going up and up. And the net county cost is about $6,000 annually, so we're looking to keep that the same. There are some new camps and contracts that we're looking to add, which will help bring down that net county cost. The next program is our Tiny Tots program, which serves about 350 toddlers each year. These fees are for 2 days a week for 6 weeks. So currently we charge $124.75 and full cost recovery would be $226.50. Again, we have multiple sessions throughout the year. This would be for 2 days a week for 6 weeks is what we consider a session. A lot of families will actually sign up for both and do the whole week, so that fee would actually be double that. The next program is our summer recreation program. This is the program that we run each summer from mid-June through August. We have a lot of families that utilize this, a lot of working families that use this program as a place to send their kids for the day while both parents are at work. This program is 4 days a week, and it ranges anywhere from 7 to 8 weeks throughout the summer. And we average anywhere from about 175 to 200 participants for this program. Currently, the half-day cost, so if you're going to do morning or afternoon, it's $120 per slot. The full cost recovery for that would be $335. Our next program is something we do in cooperation with the U.S. Forest Service. It's our firefighter training program. We work with them to offer, it was the basic 32, I think it's the basic 40 now, where we work with the local schools to get those interested to get the certification to be qualified to be hired on in the different fire industries. We typically have anywhere from 10 to 40. We usually do one class over spring break, and like I said, it's anywhere from 10 to 40. Currently, the class is free. Full cost recovery would be about $25 per person. Our next program is our spring break day camp program. Again, this is another camp that we do for a week over spring break. Again, those times when the kids aren't in school and the parents need somewhere for their kids to go. So this one's 5 days, and it's all day, morning to evening. We usually cap out at 50, which has been our max registrations. The current fee is $75, and full cost recovery would be $215. And then the next two are our track meets that we do. We do a special athletes. We used to work with the Special Olympics, but they've since had to stop working with us due to some issues. So we've continued to run this track meet each year for the special needs kids and adults throughout the community. We do it one day a year. It's usually the first Friday in May. We work very closely with Somerville High School. They've been very generous and not charging us facility use fees for this. So this has been an event that we haven't charged for. It's been a free event. We've had upwards of about 120 athletes that have participated in this the last couple years. And like I said, the current fee is free. We haven't charged for it. If we wanted to recover full cost, we would have to charge about $9 per athlete. And then the next one is our youth track meet, which we've done annually, again at Somerville High School. We have about 200 kids, anywhere from 3-4 years old up till 14, 15-year-olds that show up and run. Again, this has been a free event. The full cost recovery for this would be $6.25. As we're going through these fees, you'll notice that a lot of these youth fees are quite a bit lower than the full cost recovery, and that's because your board over the years has been gracious to allow us to only ask that families recover 30% of the cost of the program. So did you have any questions on that last slide before I move on to aquatics?
Yeah, Eric, what's the age usually for a tiny tot?
Tiny tots is usually 3 till pre-K.
3 to pre-K. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. So the next is our aquatics program. The first program is our lifeguard training class that we do to certify lifeguards throughout the county. A lot of those that go on to work for us, others that go on to work for the lakes around the community. A lot of them use it when they go away to college for employment. The fitness center hires some of those people as well. We average anywhere from 25 to 50 in that class. The current fee is currently $170, and full cost recovery would be $220. With that, we as the county do still have a hiring incentive that we offer, $300 for any new hire. Once they complete 100 hours of employment, they receive $300, which would cover the cost of the class and plus a little bit.
Quick question, Madam Chair. How many of our past employees took advantage of that $300 hiring incentive or estimate?
Over the last couple of years, I'd say we've had probably about 35 to 40.
And on a total, is that a big number? I'm not sure what the number of people that we'd have in there.
Well, the 300 we've only done for a year and a half, so we haven't had it hasn't been something we've done very long. But our staff is typically, a normal staff would be about 55 people. Okay. So a little over half of our staff have utilized that. We have seen that the enrollment numbers have gone up. When we didn't offer it, we weren't getting quite as many people signing up for the class, so it's really helped with that.
We didn't have the lifeguards and had to close the pools.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
The next is our swim lesson program. These are 30-minute classes, basically 8 30-minute classes over a 2-week period. We typically have about 1,000 kids that participate in our swim lesson program each year. Obviously, that fluctuates. We've had some years where pools didn't open, so the numbers were a little lower, and then other years where the numbers were higher than that. Currently, we charge $30.50 per session. Full cost recovery would be $87.50. Public swims. This is your rec swims, your lap swims, your family nights, your aquatic fitness, all those different, basically general admission type programs that we do at the pools. We typically have about 10,000 people that participate in that each summer. Currently, we charge $2 for children and $3 for adults. The full cost recovery would be about $13.50 per person per day, which is a pretty significant increase. The pool rentals, we have about 105 hours. That's based on our last couple years' numbers, 105. I would imagine if we were to open up Sonora Pool full-time, that number would significantly go up. The last couple of years, due to some staffing issues we've had, we haven't allowed pool rentals at Sonora Pool. One, because they had just opened the brand-new pool and didn't want us doing that fully. So we haven't had the opportunity to expand there, which I think those numbers would definitely go up. Currently, we charge $60 per hour. Full cost recovery would be about $120 per hour. All these aquatics programs include, it's basically an average of all 4 pools. If you look at individual pools, some of the costs would be a little higher, a little lower, just because of attendance numbers. This also does take into consideration the $15,000 that we pay to use the Sonora Pool. So if we weren't to offer something at Sonora Pool, some of those costs, the average would obviously come down a little bit. So these numbers do include all 4 pools as we've typically offered each summer.
Thank you. That was going to be my question.
Eric, real quick, at $13 per visit, my guess is nobody's going to come to a pool and swim. So at which point, if we're opening up a pool and we're charging that rate, what's the point of opening up a pool? I mean, I worked at a pool.
Correct.
It's hard to get $2 from a kid.
Correct.
So it's either, so I'm just bringing that up. It's either we're going to close, in my opinion, we're going to close the pools, or we're going to have to figure out a way to make that.
Well, on the next slide's kind of some market comparisons that we did for aquatics, and you'll see that we're significantly higher. One thing to keep in mind is this really isn't comparing apples to apples, because when you talk to most recreation departments across the state, when they calculate fees, they typically don't calculate in a lot of the overhead of the department. They're calculating fees based on the direct costs of the program. So they're not taking into consideration the phones and the clerical staff and paper and pens and pencils and those sorts of things. They're looking at more of the direct cost of the program, which if we're looking at recovering full cost, we have to obviously factor in everything, which that's going to drive up a lot of those costs in comparison to a lot of other agencies. So pool rentals, you can see our full cost is kind of in the range of what a lot of them are. Our swim lessons would definitely be higher than most. And our public swims would obviously be significantly higher than those around our area. Kind of at the end, there's some options of, what we can do to possibly look at some of these. But I agree. I mean, no one's the kids that come every day are no longer going to come every day. It's, they might come a couple times a summer, or some might not at all. So that is something that we definitely need to be aware of. Any other questions in regards to aquatics? So the next one is hall rentals. Currently, right now, we reserve the museum courtyard, Pinecrest Community Hall, Sonora Youth Center, Sonora Library Meeting Room, and then the Groveland, Jamestown, and Tuolumne Community Halls. We average about 4,500 hours per year of hall rentals. Currently, we charge whether $3 or $8 per hour, and that's based on the $8 are the ones that have the commercial kitchens. The other ones are charged at the $3 rate. But we do not charge anything for nonprofits, and I would say over 80 to 85% of our use is nonprofits. So we're really not generating much revenue in regards to hall rentals. So our proposal in the full cost recovery would be to charge what that full cost would be, and we're looking at either $15 and $20. The $15 would be for like those ones I listed first that don't have the actual commercial kitchens. The $20 per hour would be those facilities that do have those kitchens that they can provide programs and activities at. Like I said, a lot of the hall use is nonprofits. So this is something that we've been looking at the last couple years and would be recommending as a.
What's the normal number of hours that they rent a hall for? Obviously, I don't think anybody rents a hall for 1 hour.
A lot of the 1 hour ones are your wedding showers and your bridal parties and those types of things. A lot of them are recurring meetings, so groups that meet 1 or 2 hours once a week. There's some that do a couple times a week. We have a lot of the churches that use the halls on the weekends for their services. So those could be anywhere from 2 to 3 hours a day. we have some groups that use it multiple times a week. It really depends on the group.
And do you have is there any way we could do a market comparison of hall rentals? I know that's hard to compare with, it would take a lot of work to look at.
We've
But do you
put
have
some of
any
those
kind
numbers
concept?
together. Every group charges differently. Some, for example, the Opera Hall, they charge, you pay a fee for like a half day, full day. Some charge by the hour. We could probably put something together for you on that.
Yeah. I don't know what a good
In all of our
comparison would
research,
be.
though, I have not found maybe one or two that allow anyone to use their halls for free.
Okay.
We are definitely an anomaly when it comes to allowing groups to use the halls for free.
Right, okay.
Including nonprofits?
Including nonprofits.
Like, there's
Some organizations will have multiple levels, like if you're government, you pay this price. If you're private, you pay that. If you're a nonprofit, you pay this. And they have, if you're a school, so they have different rates that they break out. One of the other issues with not charging for nonprofits is it creates work for staff that we have to verify that they are nonprofits, that it's current, it's active, they have the proper insurance. So there's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes for those that staff has to do to make sure that they are truly a nonprofit. Any other hall questions?
Just to clarify, you would only have to do that if you were charging differently for nonprofits than other people.
Correct.
Okay.
So if we did a flat fee that everybody paid, that work would go away.
Okay.
Which would make it simpler for them, that they don't have to keep track of all the records and filing for it. And so, but yeah, that would be a savings. The next program is Standard Park. Again, this is where we offer our adult softball leagues. We do a lot of the county youth sports happen at Standard Park. We do a lot of community events and tournaments at Standard Park. And we do partner with Special Olympics. They held a lot of their programs and activities. They utilize Standard Park for a lot of their soccer programs and their flag football programs and that they do through Special Olympics. So if you look at currently, we have basically three ways that we charge. We have a youth field rental, an adult field rental, and then the adult softball league is a fee. That's for the leagues that we provide and we sponsor and we put on. For the youth field rentals, we have anywhere from 2,500 to 3,000 kids that utilize that. The current fee is $7.75 per hour. The full cost recovery would be $93 per hour per field. The adult programs for field rentals, we have anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 adults that participate in that. Currently, they pay $18 per hour per field. Again, the full cost recovery would be $93. Our adult softball league had already been pretty close to recovering full cost as it was. So currently, we charge $45.25 per game. That would go up to about $46.50. So there wouldn't be a whole lot of change there because we've always tried to be very close, if not right at full cost recovery for our adult softball program. You'll see there's quite a big discrepancy in the fees for the field rentals. A lot of that is in the way that we've had to calculate fees in the past. The previous fee studies that we've done, the guidelines, it's always been based on usable hours. Well, we know very well that just because the field's available from 6 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night doesn't mean it's going to get used during those times. So what we've done here is we've looked at what are the costs to run that program based on the hours that we can typically anticipate having each year to come up with that hourly rate. And again, that's per field. So if someone wants to rent the entire Standard Park Sports Complex, it's that 93 times 4 because they'd be paying for 4 fields. Our youth is our largest user in terms of field rentals. So they would be impacted the most. Some groups would be able to withstand the increase better than others. For example, Tuolumne County Youth Soccer has 1,100, 1,200 kids that participate in that program. So you'd be able to spread that increase over a lot more people than you would, say, a girls softball program that maybe has 20 or 30 kids. That increase that those kids would see would be significantly higher. So
Based on that, do we have any idea or formula what those prices might be, for instance, for soccer?
we do have those. I don't have them with me, but we could come up with, based on what the hours they've used in the past.
Yeah, I'm
what
just
those would
curious,
look
like, if it's to sign a kid up for soccer, if it's going to be $100 or if it's going to go.
I don't know what their fees are right now, so I'd have to find out and then figure out based on.
If I could get some sort of idea, that would help me a lot.
Okay.
In decision making, as far as what that would do to each one of those kids and their families, as far as cost association.
I'll put that together and get that to you guys. The next slide, again, is some market comparisons for Standard Park. And again, you can see that we're significantly higher. Again, going back to most departments, when they're looking at field, they're looking at the direct costs of what does it cost to run that program, not the entire overhead of the department. So it's got those listed there. The Arnez Field's probably one of the nicest complexes around. You can see that it's about $2,500 per weekend. At our $93 per hour per field, for someone to rent it for a weekend, it'd be about $8,000. So at that rate, I would imagine we're going to lose quite a bit of our use. Any questions in regards to Standard Park? So the next and our final program is our youth center program. This is kind of our youth diversion at-risk centers that we have located throughout the county. We've got one in Jamestown, one in Tuolumne, and one in Groveland. The one in Groveland has been closed for the last year and a half. We had our employee up there moved on to another position right before the hiring freeze happened. And then the hiring freeze was lifted, and we were getting ready to hire a new one, and then the new hiring and freeze got acted again. So that one's been closed since June of last year. The other two have been operating as normal. Again, it's an area, it's a location that we provide. We do a lot of meals. We work with a lot of groups throughout the community, nonprofit groups and service groups to help provide food. That we do a lot of meals and cooking projects with the kids. One of the things that has been huge is we've done a lot of gardening at our centers and have been able to provide a lot of food for families that would really need, especially some of those healthy options. We do a lot of youth mentoring at the youth centers, developing life skills, teaching healthy nutrition and choices when it comes to eating. So when you look at the cost of the youth centers, we're averaging anywhere from $3,500 to $5,000 per kids at each center. Currently, we don't charge. It kind of goes back to what we're talking about with the pools. I think a fee here, the kids that participate in the youth center program can't afford to pay for the youth center program. So, if we start talking about fees there, I don't think we're going to have much participation there. So, it's something we could look at, but currently we don't charge a fee. It's a drop-in program. Kids come and go. So it's not like they're there all day. They come, they leave and go play with their friends. They come back, they're in and out. It's just kind of a safe place that they can go to get away from some of the difficulties that they deal with out there in the community.
How did we get these numbers for participants? Like, for instance, Tuolumne Youth Center, 5,000. Where do those come from?
We keep attendance every day.
Attendance. So over the course of a year, that's how many kids have come through. Okay. And then, Tracy, I just had a quick question. When I'm looking at your budget presentation, recreation program, 607,000, Standard Park, 123,000 for the total of 730. This program cost for Standard Park, the 210 and the 60, that's included in that 607? Because I see Standard Park as 123.
So the numbers that Tracy had are basically what we submitted in the budget. But when these fees were calculated, it was done a little differently. Because, for example, my time my salary is budgeted in the rec budget, but yet I do work in Standard Park. I do rec and youth centers. My clerical and administrative staff, they're all budgeted fully in recreation, but they do a lot of work across. So when we looked at calculating fees, we kind of divvied up what percentage of your time do you spend in Standard Park, and then assigned a portion of their salary for the fee purpose to come up with what those fees would look like. All of our office and photocopies and all that's housed in the recreation budget. So the portion that Standard Park and youth centers uses, we kind of pulled out when we calculated these fees. So those numbers aren't going to exactly match up to the numbers that they had in the slide for. That's what we submitted in the actual budget system,
Okay.
but it's not what we used when we went to calculate the fees. I don't know if that answered your question, but.
Yeah.
So again, some of the options that we have, obviously we can charge full cost on all programs. One of the things we talked about last budget year, and I've been talking with Tracy, is offering, discounts to low-income families. If they receive some sort of government assistance, whether it's CalFresh or something like that, we could offer some sort of discount on these programs to each of them individually. We could continue some sort of discounted rate on youth programs, obviously not as big as it's been. Maybe that percentage that they pay is higher, but we still offer a little bit of a discount to the youth. Or we could look at some sort of program by program, like the swim program. Do we want to look at that individually and apply something differently there than we would, say, some of the other programs? Maybe some full cost, some not. It's kind of. Those are some options that we have in regards to fees. So any questions?
Supervisor.
Yeah, I'm looking at these options. One of the things that is absent to it is how much does each option cost? Do you have something that?
So remember, today is we're looking for direction, so there's a
Okay.
couple things. Do
That
you
would
want
be a
us to?
question that I
Yes.
would have. Okay.
Do you want us to return? And with that, we would have some recommendations that Eric and I could work on as to what would be a recommendation for increased fees. Obviously, it's probably, to ask that we're going to cover that entire cost would be impossible. People would stop using the service because it would become unaffordable. But we have several questions for you today. The first is, do you want us to return to your board with our recommendations for increasing fees for all of the areas that Eric outlined? Yeah.
My answer to that question is yes. But I would like to give you some fuel for that a little bit. One is I'd like to take the overhead out of some of those costs, okay, and just the true cost recovery of the program itself. Not, in other words, not necessarily paying for your time and the admin and everything, but the actual, more like you made a comment that other jurisdictions don't include those. So something that would align closer to the other jurisdictions, number one. And then obviously, I think low-income families and youth programs are important to consider. So I would go with that. Build some options around those three things.
I have some comments. I'd like to hear if there's any public comment first. Then I have some ideas on it.
So let's, I want to hear the comments, but staff direction, you want to follow your staff direction?
Well, I'd like to see if there's any public comment, and then I have some staff direction.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk, do you have any?
I can do either way. Kind of what Supervisor Rutherford said. I'd like to see some options for the tiny tots, people with young children. I think we need to figure out if, and I'm not sure, I don't want to give my opinion or make a decision, but back to that $13 per visit per pool, that's not going to happen. So either we need to know how much it's going to cost to run the pools? And I guess, is that what that 105? I'm looking at what it's going to cost to run the pools without having to maybe increase it to that 1350. So what's it cost to run the pools? Because that's going to include lifeguards, that's going to include their training and whatever overhead that incurs. So those two, and then I had mentioned earlier, I kind of want to know what the price for utilizing Standard Park is going to be for programs if I'm signing my kid up for soccer. I kind of did a quick math based on the 210 at I think 1,100 kids was like $190, but maybe you could get back with the soccer program and find out what the increase is going to look like. Those are the three things that I think the rest of it, I think I look at the rest of these full cost recovery fees and they seem very reasonable to me, looking at the numbers. But again, those three are kind of where I would like to see some more numbers and information.
So the only thing I would add on the pools, as much as I like the Sonora pool, we pay a very high
yes.
rental rate there, and so I would like to see what that cost is with and without the Sonora pool included. And I know my kids all did lessons at Columbia. It's 3 miles from downtown. So again, I like having the Sonora pool, but I would like to see that comparison. At this time, is there any public comment on recreation specifically? I will say that I know we have gotten a number of emails from individuals that have been very concerned about how we're going to move forward with this. I've read all of the emails that have come in. I'm assuming all of the board members have. Supervisor, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, the thing that I just can't get away from is that unless we go with the minimums on all of these, we're going to be looking ahead at your budget presentation. I know there's a slide that's coming that's going to talk about the amount we need to reduce in order to shore up, not even, in order to get close to shoring up our budget within striking range. And unless we go with the absolute minimums, we're not going to get anywhere near there. So we have to come up with another idea. Because as Supervisor Kirk and others have said, no one's going to pay $13 or $15 to swim at the pool. And no one's going to pay $8,000 to use standard field. It's just not tenable. And so, I don't know, I guess I'm looking for more ideas other than incremental reductions in some of these, because what I see, I guess my recommendation would be we go, instead of 30% subsidy, which that's my term I'm using, but let's say the public is subsidizing some of these services to the tune of about 30%. We go to somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. I think that could be borne by the community, but that still doesn't resolve our budget issue, which is the real problem.
And that we actually, a lot of the fees are based on 30%. So the county, general fund, not the county, it's actually a 70% subsidy, just so you know.
Right.
Just, it's the opposite.
Sorry, yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
just want to make sure.
So a 70% subsidy, excuse me, going down to a 50% subsidy where the end user would do half the cost and the county would do the other half the cost. To me, that seems fair. But there again, we're coming back to what are other ideas out there to shore up this issue. And my question is, have we reached out to anybody in public sector groups, any kind of, I just think of, you have Friends of the Tuolumne County Library, you have other advocacy groups for some of these public agencies, but I don't see anything like that for our parks and our rec. Who can we reach out to help support these things in a way where the cost is not borne by the user, who in many of these cases are children or families that have fixed incomes? That would be another area that I'd look to. The other is approaching, and we can talk about this with virtually every item we're going to talk about today, but looking at revenues from ballot measures or an increase in the transient occupancy tax, those types of issues. So if you could, while you're coming up with some of these ideas, look at it in the context of how much more TOT, if you split the percentage increase equally among departments, what additional money would go into rec, to show the public and the entire community what kind of benefit those types of things would have and what we're doing without.
Okay. And we don't have a Friends of the Recreation as a official group.
Right. And I don't know if that would come from the county or if it would be more
currently work with a lot of
approach.
local organizations, for example, Kiwanis. A lot of the track meets and a lot of our events, we use a lot of service groups to help bring down our costs. So that's something we've been trying to do. Unfortunately, now in these times, everybody's kind of hurting for people and money. So it's increasingly more difficult, but that's something that we've always strived to do, is try and work with the community, try and find more efficient, better ways to do the programs that we offer. One of the things, several of our programs, we don't have county-owned facilities that we have to use, so we're constantly going out and trying to work with the schools and organizations in regards to using their facilities, and some have been a little more cooperative than others when it comes to that. But that's something that we always have been striving to do and will continue to do.
And then the last thing was on, so that 50% applies to the fields, the pools, and the tiny tots and summer rec. And then I don't see any problem with, it's going to not be popular with a lot of groups, but I think that our nonprofits are going to have to start paying for rentals for some of those facilities. It's been, the argument against that is that a lot of these nonprofits are providing services to the community that the county would otherwise have to do, and thus they are providing a service that you could argue is saving us money as a county organization. But, if you look at it, it's a pretty negligible increase compared to some of the rest of these. I would have no problem paying $15 for the rental of a facility. I have many times in other contexts. So I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay. I'm going to ask again if there's any public comment on recreation. All right. At this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. Calculation, we are about halfway through the presentation, so we will recess for 10 minutes. Presentation.
Okay. So juvenile hall, we have a couple of slides on this one. So during the last board meeting, the board had directed CAO staff to contact the state and ask about the process if the board were to want to close the juvenile hall. So we did. We had a series of 3 phone calls over about a week. You can see the dates there. Started on the 28th, ended on the 6th. During that time, we spoke with the State Board of Community Corrections. I always get the mixed up. Board of State Community Corrections, Department of Finance, Department of Corrections, and then the Department of Public Works. And it is Department of Corrections and Department of Public Works that's required under our current agreement that we would need to seek approval. During this time, we had a series of conversations. I do want to make sure everyone knows that each and every single time we called, my first question was always, is there any funding or any other mechanism or grant that we are unaware of that we could apply for to help offset our costs for running this facility? I was told by all of those agencies, no, they were aware of nothing. And doesn't mean we won't keep looking, but we did ask that question. We learned about a different type of closure during our conversations. At first, we talked about close, and we talked about also change of use. But during the time, the state agencies brought up what they call a warm closure. What that means is the building, the services stop, but the building still has to be maintained and available for use, and it's for the use of what it was originally intended for. So it's not like we could just say, oh, it's available for use for anything. It has to be for what it was originally intended for. As we talked about that, then we kind of started talking with Mike and Dan about what other services are provided that are not for the detention facility itself. And there's a long list of services that are provided for the individuals there. So what we moved to was seeking what would it look like, and could we get approval from them should the board want to proceed with a partial warm closure. Partial meaning those day programs for the youth would continue, but the 24/7 services would stop. On May 13th, we did receive written authorization from the Department of Public Works and Department of Corrections that we could proceed with a warm closure. Just to make sure, I made that request, and I made sure that they also understood both verbally and in writing that your board still needed to make a decision. This was just going down that road as we were required to do under our current agreement, and that we would come back to them based on whatever decision the board made. So this next slide, what it does is it just shows historical costs for running the juvenile hall. And you can see in 16-17 and then through 2021, it ranges from $800 to about the highest being this year of $1.6 million. And the difference between 1920 and 2021 is that earlier this year, your board approved a reorganization of probation and the juvenile hall. So the juvenile hall superintendent was eliminated, and a probation division manager was added. So we have a division manager for adult, and we have a division manager for our juveniles. So that's why you see a decrease from 1920 to 2021. We do also want to highlight that there are a number of youth who participate in a number of programs for the day programs, which is about 60 youth who participate in about 4 programs each throughout the month. And so with that being said, we're just looking for direction from your board on how you would like to proceed. Just some of the mechanics. Should your board want to proceed with this partial warm closure, we would need several months in order to make this happen. After we've talked about it, Sarah and I, and also talking with Dan, I don't see any way we could make this happen by the end of next month. We need to work with the types of services that are needed, getting them placed, getting contracts in place. So that just as a mechanics, it would take us a little while to get that in place to go forward. And with that, I know there are a lot of people who'd like to speak to this.
Dan.
Good morning, members of the board. Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. I just want to, obviously last year when we presented our budget presentation, we went over in detail all of the great programs and services that we provide to the community and our youth with our detention facility. And I know you've all stated that this is not about the quality of service and what we provide, but it's about the need to provide an affordable service to the community and to save costs. Let me just start by saying from the outset that I do think that we should keep the juvenile facility running, and I do think that we actually are managing costs well and can continue to do so. But that being said, in the last 7 days since I've learned that this was a concrete plan going forward, me and my staff, we've worked, it seems like without sleep, trying to put together a budget that would be reasonable and have some level of cost savings for the county and account for the need to provide detention services for our youth in an alternative manner, and transportation services and all those other things. And we've had a few different scenarios going forward. And all I can say is that the best scenario that we can come up with based on actual quotes for detention facility contracts is about a $200,000 savings. And so, and I also agree with Ms. Riggs that this is not a realistic timeline for us to be working under. It could be that we are not getting great quotes from other area facilities because of COVID-19. It could be just be that they understand that our backs are up against the wall in terms of trying to find space for our kids, but we have 11 youth in custody that will need to be placed in alternative facilities, and the quotes we're getting are more in line with the actual costs that we are seeing for our own facility. So what I would like is to have the opportunity to do a full presentation to the board about costs and potential revenue streams. We know that there's DJJ realignment potentially coming that would supply some additional revenue to the county for the running of our facility. I think that if we are going to continue to run our facility, then we absolutely need to renegotiate our bed rates to our county partners. That being said, I've got commitments from our county partners that they're willing to go back to the table, and they understand that if we're going to stay open, we have to have more paid by them. They have to pay closer to the actual cost for their youth, and I think they understand that. And they should understand also that, you know, in reaching out to other counties, those sweetheart deals aren't out there anymore. You know, when we opened our facility, the going rate at the time was $100 a day. That's what people were paying. And there were more facilities open. There were more beds in our region for our kids. And that's not the reality anymore. We have to base it on what our actual costs are. And I think when we sit down and take a look at that, if we choose to close the facility based on a low level of savings, then that's understood. We will work with you on that. And I know my staff have put together the best plan that we can, and we're willing to work with the CAO's office in, seeing if there's ways we can cut further, or if she can leverage some kind of contracts with other counties that we weren't able to. My goal is to work with you and fulfill your request. If that's to close the facility, we will do that. But that being said, we need to make sure that we are realizing some savings if we're doing it. And my concern is that if we're going to realize some savings, it may be in year one, but we know that, in outlying years, we have our camp program that will be coming on that will supply an additional $100,000 to $200,000. If DJJ realignment happens, there's going to be some additional revenue that way. And at that point, we're actually going to be in a position where our cost is neutral, or if, we're managing it at a lesser cost. So, that was the vision behind building this facility, was that they knew in the future at some point we would hit that level. And so I think we are close to being there if we're not there already. So
Okay.
I'll answer any questions.
So my recommendation to you, if I was in your shoes, I'd turn around, I'd look at that slide, and I'd say, warm closure, potential savings, $600,000. How can I come back to this board with a keep it open and save the county $600,000?
What I'm saying to you, sir, with all due respect, is that I could only find $200,000 in savings based on actual quotes for contracts and detention beds, based on real numbers.
Okay.
I cannot provide $600,000 in savings with a warm closure. That's what I'm telling you.
No. So you're disputing the $600,000 savings for warm closure?
I am.
Well, then you need to come back and show that. But I would also, if you want to keep it open, I'm serious. And I've been a supporter of this facility since it got going. But I would go back and I would get commitments from our partners, our regional partners, and come up with $600,000. That's what I would do. Okay?
I think $600,000 is an unrealistic number.
And come up with $500,000. I'm trying.
I'll come up with what I can, sir, and I will do my best. I'll do my utmost. And I just appreciate the opportunity to be given that opportunity to come back here.
We're on a very fast train.
Understand.
So you need to get on the train.
So
yeah, I'm on the train, sir, but what my concern is that if we allow this train to run through without having contracts in place, we're going to end up in a situation where we're not saving any money.
So, Dan, I am with Supervisor Rotifer on this. I would like to see a budget. This particular conversation just is so challenging because it took this to get a level of participation from other places. This is something, I see Judge Segerstrom sitting back there. I think he has been to this board no less than 4 times that I can count when this has been a budget item that has been under consideration. I know I have personally gone to board meetings of all of our county partners, and 2 years ago, I went with Chief Downey, and we said, we need a higher share of cost. There has got to be a mechanism here because we cannot continue to ask the citizens of Tuolumne County to pay the cost, the full cost for your kids. We have asked for partners. We were at RCRC. That is actually what drove Ms. Penner coming down here, is because we had such a loud, difficult conversation at RCRC last summer. And we said, we cannot bear this burden. And what is so just disgusting to me is the tremendous job that you are doing out there. You are doing the right thing for kids. You are doing everything that the state of California tells us that we want to do. And instead of raising all boats up and doing what is best, we are forced into a situation where we just devolve down to where we can afford to send somebody. And so I know we're going to hear a lot of comments about this, but I wish that every single individual that is concerned about this would be advocating now at this time. We're over the arc. We needed this advocacy 2 years ago. And we were screaming for assistance and help with that advocacy. So I'm not willing to close the door yet. I want to see the presentation. But it has got to be based on real solutions and not just, well, those kids coming here, we're going to try and get some kind of a soft commitment. We no longer can bear the burden of paying for kids from out of the county for the tremendously valuable services that they're getting here. And so, again, this is just one of those incredibly frustrating places.
When they're paying $100 a day and the actual cost is somewhere around $400 to $500, and maybe, depending on the programs, over that we're not paying it, period.
Well,
okay, I'm sorry.
And if you allow me to speak here, the actual cost is probably about closer to $300, and it fluctuates wildly based on the numbers.
I'm not here to argue with you.
Right.
Okay,
I'm not arguing.
Listen, I'm not here to argue with you. I don't care what the numbers are. We're not paying for other people's kids. Okay.
Understood. And that's exactly the argument I put to our county partners. I told them if there's any chance at all that this facility is to remain open, it will hinge upon their willingness to sit at the table and renegotiate those rates.
Do you want to keep this place open?
I want to do the right thing for Tuolumne County youth, and I want to do the right thing in terms of public safety for our citizens.
If you want to keep this place open, open your ears.
I'm listening.
Okay? No, you're not.
I am listening. What I'm telling you, sir, is that I'd
your
like to come
mouth's
back.
moving. You're not listening.
Okay.
Okay?
All due respect.
Okay.
Come back to us with a budget that we can afford. Because, quite frankly, we have to cut programs.
Right.
And if we can't afford it, it's going to get cut. That's simple.
And that's all I'm asking for is the opportunity to present that information to you so that you can make an informed decision.
All right.
You should have been here today.
So I want to move this conversation on, and we'll have a consideration on how we can come back to this with a special board meeting. But I also do agree that I wish this presentation was being made today because, again, this has been postponed, and we're now, again, up against a calendar.
I understand
that is very, very difficult.
The sheriff was here today. We've got 2 other department heads that are here today with savings. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I just
Yeah.
I just have to say one thing. This was the cost of this facility when it was built. It's not that we are overspending. This was always what the cost was going to be. So in fairness to Dan, it's not fair to come back and say, okay, this is a $1.5 million operating facility. Come back to us with $1 million budget.
And let's be clear, it's not the cost of the facility.
We're moving the goalpost here.
No,
So I
it's the
just want to be
reimbursement rate
respectful of
from
that
other
point.
counties.
And that I totally agree
That
with.
is, that
We
is.
never
agree with that.
anticipated that we would be paying hundreds of dollars a day for someone else's kids.
Okay.
But the
So
operating
I-
costs have always been what they've been.
And that point is correct. So with this, Supervisor?
Over here.
Yeah, you know, when we built this facility and when we looked into the possibilities of getting the grants, and I truly believe we did it for all the right reasons, and I don't think anybody was blinded that there wasn't going to be a cost in this. You know, it's not a break-even situation. You know, it's like running a jail. We don't make money off running a jail. But I do agree that we have not had the help from our neighboring partners to try to balance those costs. And in light of what has been happening in the last week with the governor's plan of closing the regional juvenile detention centers and the possibility of money being out there, those are questions that we need to have answered. We need to figure out how we can reduce that 600,000, and if that 600,000 is not a real cost, we need to have concrete information and proof that it's not. Maybe that true saving is only 350,000. I don't know, but we need to come to that conclusion, and I think you guys can do it. You've already whacked off, we say, a couple 100,000. If you can get that down to a level that we can afford, it's not about the services. Closing the juvenile detention facility, in my opinion, is the wrong thing to do. It's not the right thing to do, and I always try to think about doing the right thing. So let's see what we can do with it.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking for is an opportunity to present that.
And I support that. I want to keep this thing open, but we're not going to keep it open at $1.6 million. It needs to look more like $1 million. So find a way to do that and come back and let us talk.
So we'll discuss a when, because this is really time sensitive. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, a few things, because I saw an email this morning, Tracy, from Parker. Are there contracts, though? Don't decisions have to be made? Was there a deadline by June or July 1st? Can you?
Yes.
So Kathy Parker, our superintendent of schools, we have an agreement with her to provide a school within the juvenile facility. Again, if you have specific questions, Dan can answer those. But she did let us know that normally our contract requires that we would notify her by December of the preceding year. Obviously, we didn't do that. She gave us about $200,000 of what it would cost her, but she did say some of those she could work with if she knew by June 1st or before June 1st. So if your board were going to stop it and we weren't going to run into an issue with our contract with the superintendent of schools, a decision would have to be made before June 1st and notification before June 1st.
So what I'm trying to say with that is, that's the time frame that we have, is until June 1st to figure out what we're doing.
I'm going to say that we would have to have a special board meeting next week, and so that we have the additional information and make the decision so that we could give notification prior to June 1st is what our timeline would be, in my estimation.
And Dan, I just want to say, because I know I brought this up in last year's board meeting and campaign and whatnot, but working in juvenile probation, working in the system, what you guys are doing out there is phenomenal. I'm all for that. But I think Mrs. Supervisor Brennan hit it on the head, where a lot of this stuff should have been in writing and done a couple years ago. I think part of the discussion about creating the hall and having these partnerships, it was all based on conversations, but nothing really in writing. And so I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We need, if our local communities want to send their kids here and get the benefits of what you guys provide, then they need to pay for it. And the DJJ thing, that can be another conversation, but there's thousands of beds out there and only 800 in DJJ. So I don't even know how that's going to play out. But I'd say we need to get this trained. We're going to be on this next week. So I hope we can have some solid numbers to look at.
If Ms. Parker, Superintendent Parker, was willing to give us a realistic deadline, if there was any possibility, maybe we could extend it. I think it would take us at least a week to renegotiate contracts, and I'd like to have those renegotiated contracts with me at the time of our presentation.
So Dan, again, I'm going to say that this is, given the timeline that we all knew we were up against, I think this is a conversation we can take offline, and then we will have to agendize the meeting accordingly. So we can look at that scenario, but to have this here today with so many unanswered questions is challenging because of the timeline that we are up against in having a balanced budget presented and when we have to do notifications on layoffs. So I want to set that aside for just a moment. And I know there are some individuals that are on the phone that would like to talk to us. Before we go there, I'd like to ask if I think we have another elected here in Judge Segerstrom who would like to address the board. Please come on up. And if there is any other
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Donald Segerstrom. I'm the presiding judge of the juvenile court. And I want to make clear that I'm here today not as an individual, but as the presiding judge of the juvenile court to address the board. When I came in here based on what was on the agenda, I thought that I would be addressing the board on whether or not the board was going to give, whether there was a potential to close the juvenile hall. I'm hearing much different, and from what I'm hearing from your board, this discussion is much farther down the road than has been disclosed to me. And I just want, I'm going to leave it to your staff to get into all the details. But I just want the board to know that the juvenile detention facility, which really has been 30 years in the making, 20 or 30 years in the making, is a critical part of the juvenile justice system in this county. When you talk about, it's as critical to the juvenile justice system as the jail is to the criminal justice system. And when you talk about having a warm closure where you're providing services, your detained youth, if there's no juvenile hall, are going to be sent out of the county. They're not going to be able to access those services. They're going to be somewhere else. They're going to be, we used to send kids to Bakersfield, to Stockton, to Reading. That's where those kids are going to be. They're not going to be accessing those services in the juvenile hall. And the reason the juvenile hall was planned for and developed was there were a whole bunch of financial costs, transportation, placement, liability, but primarily it was the lack of services that we could give to our kids when they were detained out of county and the really essentially bad outcomes when they are detained out of county. And I think Supervisor Gray was correct that when the decisions were made to open the juvenile hall and apply for the grants and get the grants, it was done for the right reasons, and it was the right thing to do. And to just say, well, you know, we've got to close it, you're taking a huge step backward. You should have received a letter from Judge DuTemple, Judge Pauley. Hopefully that was given to the board by all the prior retired judges. And I would commend you to look at that. And I'd also ask you to think that the fact that you close the hall, if you were to do that, the services that you are statutorily mandated to provide don't go away. You still have to provide those services. And you're going to have to figure out how to do them. And there are things since the juvenile hall has opened, the world has really changed. I mean, it's changed in the last 60 days, clearly. But the world has really changed. And For example, there are kids, and I obviously can't cite specific examples, but there are kids that I kept and committed to the juvenile hall rather than sending to DJJ because this facility was here. Our kids, not kids from other counties, but our kids. And since the juvenile hall is opened, you haven't had a DJJ commitment. You haven't had any of our kids committed to a camp program. You haven't had any of our kids committed to foster care, outside foster care placement. You haven't had any kids committed to a short-term residential treatment program because all those services are provided here for our kids. And as I say, I could make a lot of technical arguments. I just, before you make this decision, I think that you really need to know what the potential costs are for sending our kids out of county. Because if you're basing those numbers that you're looking at on what used to happen in 2015 before the juvenile hall was opened, I don't think those numbers are valid any longer. So you really need to have that information. And for the board to say, for your board to say, this all should have been here today, the agenda item is for the board to give direction to staff on the budget, on the creation of the budget, not, present. Well, anyway, I just want you to know from the court's perspective that please consider what direction you give to staff carefully. Obviously, you have some difficult decisions to be made from the budget, but it's the court's view that closing the juvenile hall is going to create more problems. We're going to go back to the problems that we had. We're just inviting those problems back, and we're not learning from the mistakes that we made in the past. The court has always tried to work cooperatively with the county on issues where we have had a shared interest, the jail, the juvenile hall, the AB 109 realignment. And I'm hoping that that spirit of collaboration and cooperation is not another victim of this pandemic, and that decisions are just being made without thinking the consequences through. So on behalf of the court, we urge you to do everything you can to try and keep the juvenile hall operational. And that's the message I wanted to bring to you. So thank you for your time.
I really want to thank you for being here, and you hit, I think, on a number of the points that this board it is because we agree that the work done out there is phenomenal, but I do want to just highlight that we asked, I believe, Ms. Riggs, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we asked all of the departments close to a month ago. We were looking at these, what we knew were going to be tremendous hits, and that did include our probation chief to come back and help us find some solutions. So this hasn't been just something that started in the last week.
What Ms. Riggs told me was that nothing had been decided.
Nothing has been decided.
So.
It is direction, and that's why, because nothing has been decided, that is absolutely correct. I am going to set a special board meeting looking at the timelines, because I don't want us to make a decision if we don't have all of the most accurate information that we can to make that decision on. So we will be having another special board meeting for to gather additional information, because no decision has been made. But I just want to be clear, this isn't something that was just sprung on staff in the last couple of weeks, and this entire exercise is so incredibly painful for all of our departments and where we're at. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that you had the court's perspective, because the unfortunate reality is that there are kids who are going to need to be detained, and they've got to be detained somewhere. And that is a county responsibility, and you have that responsibility whether you have a juvenile hall or not, and you have to provide those services. So
appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
I'm Mike Arndt. I'm your division manager for the juvenile unit. And I just specifically want to comment on that public flogging that you just gave our chief probation officer, Carl. That was uncalled for, unprofessional, and unbecoming of a public official. You should resign. You want to know why we didn't present today? They didn't ask us to present today. You can accuse us of anything you want to, but unprepared is not what we do. We would have come here with a presentation. I guarantee you they had a conversation with the rec department. I guarantee you they had a conversation with the sheriff. Nobody asked us to present today. So get your facts straight before you start yelling at my boss like that. And with that, it's been the pleasure of my career to work with the kids in this county. I resign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'd ask if there's any public comment. Please.
Hi, this is Margaret Plowman, and I am a juvenile correctional officer at the juvenile facility here in the Motherlode. I just wanted to go ahead and say that stopping any positive community-enhancing momentum of the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility would make all the hard work dedicated by employees, volunteers, and the board members thus far wasted. Two priorities of the Board of Supervisors for 2019 as posted on the county website were vulnerable populations and employee development. The closing of the facility would be counterproductive to both of those priorities that were posted. The juvenile facility staff have worked diligently to help the most vulnerable youth of the population of Tuolumne County. Most of the youth detained have had traumatic childhood or events happen to them. Their family systems can be dysfunctional or non-existent, and mental illness is a common diagnosis for these kids. I've heard multiple youth state that they feel safer during their stay at our facility than in any other environment. The staff at the facility provide a safe and secure environment during detention where we see difficult behavior exhibited by those youth. We use evidence-based programming such as substance abuse counseling, interactive journaling, aggression replacement training, motivational interviewing, cognitive behavior therapy, and many more to help these kids. Seeing the evolution and growth of some of these young people that have been from our facility has been inspirational. Multiple times, I've witnessed some past youth stop at the facility just to relay good news or catch up with a trusted juvenile correctional officer. As a result of some of the services rendered from the facility, those often forgot about and trauma-exposed youth have achieved high school diplomas, scholarship offers, success on the workforce, sobriety, continued use of doctored prescribed medications for mental illness diagnosis, and vision and dental services that were neglected prior to any detention. And even with the success stories, there's always going to be a need to keep our public safe from youth committing new crime. As a community member and a mother of young children, safety is the highest priority for me. Alleged crimes of some of the previously booked youth at the facility can include vandalism, criminal threats, battery, arson, sexual assault, attempted murder, and murder. We have a moral responsibility to do everything within our power to minimize the number of future victims and minimize the severity of future crimes committed. The juvenile facility can continue to assist in lowering these numbers through keeping those violent offenders detained and continuing to utilize our programs intended to foster their physical, moral, emotional, and intellectual growth. As supervisors Brennan, Gray, and Rodifer, you have your names on the plaque dedicated to the youth of our county that is posted outside the entrance. You have played a major part in helping the vulnerable youth and helping make the facility a success that it has become. I ask you now to continue to be part of that success. I'm calling on you to oppose saving the fractional monetary cost that the county books might show you by closing our facility. Agreeing to close is agreeing to increase the cost of holding our youth accountable in the coming years. Agreeing to close will mean placing increased hardships for future youth families as they ship their children off to other cities hours away. the cost of housing you somewhere else, the cost of transportation to and from the court process, and the cost of our youth not seeing immediate consequences to their crimes, with the opportunity to continue a criminalistic lifestyle, will end up costing our county far more than any initial savings that you're going to see. In order to keep and enhance the safe, healthy, and productive environment in our county, please do not close the juvenile facility.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Macon. I'm the chairperson of the Tuolumne County Juvenile Justice Commission. I'm at a loss because my computer stopped right at the conclusion of Judge Segerson's presentation. I'm anxious to address this issue. As a member of the commission, we are sworn to the state of California to oversee this commission, and there are so many things that I want to say. I'm not sure how much time I have. The contracts with the schools are an issue that I obviously we're going to have to deal with. But what I'm concerned about mainly is that I think what you're looking at is penny wise, pound foolish economics. I don't know that you're aware of the fact that if we close, that there'd be approximately 400 round trips for juveniles to be transported back to Tuolumne County for court appearances. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not a cheap issue. Your marquee issue is cost cutting, and that's not unusual with two of you coming up for re-election. But it just seems like if you take a look at the real investment here, the investment is with our children. You've referred to other counties and so on and so forth, and I understand your concern about that, but I also am concerned about what would happen in the absence of this facility. What is the cost if something happens that we could have controlled at our facility? I want to quote to you something that came from an inspection of the facility by the state, and this was a young lady who she was interviewed and has been in custody on both different inspections, different years, by this individual. She would have had to be placed in a short-term residential treatment program that could cost $10,000 to $18,000 a month. This facility was built to handle children like her, close to home, at a significantly less cost. If you look at the cost of group placement, we haven't had any of those since this facility has been open, and you're looking at an average of $10,000 a month for that. The court would have to put these kids somewhere, and right now they're in a safe place where they're getting an education. One of the supervisors told me that she interviewed a child one time during her inspection, and the young lady told her if this facility had been there, these services had been there, when she got into trouble, she would never have gotten into trouble because of the quality and existence of a program like that. There's so many rumors going around about this. There's a rumor that the sheriff's department wants to take over that building for booking and administration. You know, it's not a healthy situation to be talking about closing it right now. I'm a little taken aback at the sharpness of Supervisor Rutherford's comments to Mr. Hawk. He just took office. I don't know that any of you contacted Linda Downey specifically about this when she was the chief deputy. There's a lot of things that I haven't been able to get answers for. I don't think there's been a lot of transparency on your part in getting to this point today and pressing for the issues to be decided today. If that's what you're going to do, that's the way you're going to do business, then you can pretty much rest assured that you're not transparent. I'm just at a loss to tell you how important this facility is. I taught school here in this county. I was an administrator in this county. I had a child who went to the facility down in French Camp, and I'm telling you, folks, when they go to another county for a detention facility, they come back with a master's degree in criminality. And at our facility here, they get an education, they get counseling, and they come back a better person. I thank you for your time. I really hope that you don't make the decision to close this. I think we will all pay for it dearly for a long time to come if you do. Thank you.
So hang on for just a minute, please.
I would like to make a couple comments, or a comment. First of all, I want to keep this facility open. I don't want anybody anywhere to think anything different. Okay? This is not a new issue. We've been fighting this issue every budget, every year. Okay? And this budget year, this is not a new issue for this budget. I'm just going to ask Ms. Riggs to comment on the comments that they haven't been given an opportunity to come up with cost reduction programs.
So a couple things. I agree with Supervisor Rutherford. This is not a new conversation. However, this conversation today was not meant for a decision, and that's why it says direction on. We're not asking for decisions. We're asking for your board to tell us which items you want to pursue further and that we would bring back. This is item today. It was meant to give the board an update on the conversations that we've had as directed by your board with the state agencies on the ability to pursue maybe a closure. So with that being said, we have had many, many conversations over these last months about budget and where we're at, especially with COVID-19. I have had conversations with Dan Hawks. He had told me he would simply not be prepared. What I am surprised about is what we're hearing, and we heard it from Dan as well, is that they seem to think this is a new conversation, that this has come up out of the blue. So they do feel as if they've been blindsided, even though we've been having this conversation for some time. So there's some frustration there with that. You know, we had these conversations with the previous Chief Probation Officer, Linda Downey. We know where everyone is. No one wants to close this facility, but this is not a new conversation. But Dan had indicated there was no way he'd be able to have something together that soon. Remember, knowing that he is new to his position, he's trying to get his feet from under him, but he felt as if this was a conversation that was happening out of the blue. And I don't know if it's because he wasn't following the board items and the board meetings and the direction that I was given to follow up on this. But again, it wasn't meant specifically to get into the details of that facility right now because he didn't have the time. And I'm not asking for that that direction from you, like to make a decision on the closure. I knew we would have to come back, but this is an update on the conversations that I was directed to have with the state.
Since I am in the room, I'd like the opportunity to speak if I could.
You know what? Just a second, please, because I want to have a follow-up on that first.
Sure.
And because we've already said that we are going to hold a special meeting and have an opportunity to get some numbers, some information that is not complete here. I have a question, though, for Mr. Macon, and I will say that, in full disclosure, we have had a few conversations about this, and I am the supervisor that heard the comments from the young lady and absolutely understand the value of this. My question to you, Mr. Macon, is if your, and forgive me if I'm using the wrong title, but if your council can play an advocacy role with the state or other counties in looking for the vehicle that allows for full cost recovery on kids from out of the county. I'm just curious if you can play an advocacy role in doing that.
Supervisor Brennan, my computer has gone down, and I'm at kind of a disadvantage here because I couldn't hear you real plainly. Would it be possible for you to repeat that?
Yeah, and actually, I can reach out with my question to you in person also. I'm just wondering if your council if you can play an role in going out and looking or helping us with this conversation at the state level and finding ways to get cost recovery from children that are placed here from out of county, from those counties.
Thank you. Good question. I have gone to Calaveras County when we first started. I don't believe we've made any other outreach because we weren't sure that was our responsibility. Our responsibility was oversight of this facility. Among the six of us, there are six advocates to keep it open, and we will certainly take that charge. I realize it's late in time, and I know this wasn't this isn't a first-time issue, and I'm sorry that it's gotten to this point, but it has, and we're all responsible for that. I don't want anybody to just throw it back on the probation and say, well, you haven't done your job, because you guys as supervisors, all of us who are citizens of Tuolumne County, have a responsibility here. Mainly it's to our children. I know you're concerned with the costs, and I agree. I pay taxes on them too. But again, the long-term effect of closing this place is something that probably most of us will never live to see, but it'll start immediately. So yes, Sherry, we're ready to go and advocate on behalf of the facility around the county. I know, or around our counties. I know you have, and we appreciate that.
All right. I'm going to ask if you have new information, because I'm not interested in continuing a tit for tat. I really want to get
I didn't want to argue. I just
information.
want to apologize for the histrionics that have taken place here. I did not expect anything like this to happen in here today, and I apologize. I think that part of the maybe the misunderstanding is that we weren't participating in the calls with the state, so we didn't have confirmation until last Wednesday that this was the direction that Ms. Riggs was going to be recommending. And my only concerns that I brought to Ms. Riggs' attention this morning were that I was reviewing her budget packet for the first time and seeing that her level of savings, the $600,000 that she's projecting, I'm concerned about that. My concern is that our own projections that we've worked out were more like $200,000, and that's all I was trying to present to the board, is that if you're moving forward on this decision to pursue closure of the facility based on a projected savings of $600,000, I think we need to take a pause, come back and take a look at what our actual savings may be, and
I
make
appreciate
an informed
that.
decision. That was my goal to present today. That's all I wanted to share, was that let's take a look at what the actual savings will be.
And I appreciate that again, and I don't mean to cut you off. I want to give the public an opportunity, and I think that we are in agreement that we want to be making the best decisions with the best available information, and so we are going to have a special board meeting. Is there any additional public comment?
Are you ready to speak to the board? Are you there? Hello? William, are you there to speak to the board? Go ahead for the board.
Good afternoon. My name is William Nielsen, and I am a senior juvenile correctional officer at the juvenile detention facility. I've been working with the county since the facility opened, and I relocated to this county, given, the job placement and, the dream that I get to live every day there at that building. With that said, I can't begin to say I understand the strain the county's under this year. All I can ask is that we find a way, or that the county supervisors try and find a way to survive COVID, then we can show you next year, again, the work that we continue to do in that facility. As we get through COVID, we'll see an increase in population, cost and savings, and services that we provide will continue to prosper as we get through this pandemic. With that said, given my experience working in the juvenile facility, our purpose is, yes, to keep the public safe. But I think a lot of what we do goes unnoticed in regards to the additional services we provide to these youth. The services and the impact we have on the youth of adversity is unparamount. We care for the youth with drug and alcohol addiction. We care for youth who are abused, mistaught, and neglected. We don't just keep the public safe. We keep these kids safe. We protect them from an environment they may have came or landed with us from. We show them they can be more than what they've been taught or shown throughout their whole life. The return we receive providing the services we do, in my eyes, does not have a monetary value, but it has a moral cost. We keep the public safe, yes, but more so we keep these kids safe, keep them safe from their environment, we keep them safe from themselves, and we care and nurture them while they're in our care. I truly believe when youth leave our facility, they're in a better place than when they came. Please help us survive COVID. Please help us get through this pandemic. Please try and show us that we can continue to care for the children of this community.
Thank you.
In closing, I'd like to say a quote by Nelson Mandela. Children are our greatest treasure. They are our future. The kids of adversity and struggle in this community are no less important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board?
Tell him that.
Thank you for holding. Are you ready to speak to the board?
You don't get 2 bites at the apple.
I got cut off on the phone. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the recorded music began to play again. And I really don't want to belabor my point. I just was unable to hear a comment that was made in response to my question. And I can take that off the air if you will.
I'm sorry. On his help.
I think that I can probably put a curse on any technology that I get close to.
So, Mr. Macon, if you're all right, we'll take this conversation offline, and if it's with regards to an advocacy role, I'd like to have that conversation with you sometime later today.
That would be fine, and I do have your request for the name of the Tuolumne County Commission for the Juvenile Justice Department. So I'll send that, and yeah, I guess I'll talk to somebody at some point. But thank you for bearing with me.
Okay.
Please don't close that place, folks. Please don't.
And again, my apologies for the challenges in taking public comment in this form. We know it is difficult, and we really do want to hear from the public. So my apologies for the way that we have to operate under COVID-19. Is there any other public comment?
Go ahead for the board.
Good morning, board. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Pete Jr., I'm the Chief Probation Officer in California. Excuse me, I've got some Zoom going with my own board and 2 phones trying to
listening to your conversation as well as take care of business here in Mariposa. I wanted to start off by recognizing the board and difficult decisions they have to make, as well as if the judge is there. I too work for a judge, so I realize that the difficulty your chief Dan Hawks is walking into a new job and new situations. I wanted to first start off by thanking Linda Downey, your chief, who I've worked closely with through the years with her as she got her foot on the ground over there with the facility, as well as Dan. I appreciate the effort that they're putting into keeping our kids here in the Sierra Nevadas in a safe environment which we can reunite them with their families. As I said, I'm Pete Reed, Chief Probation Officer for Mariposa. I'm also the California Association of Probation Institution Administrative Chief liaison with that group. I can't look out into your grouping there, but I'm probably older than most. I started in a juvenile hall in 1975 in San Diego. At 3 years working for San Diego County, which included about half that time working supervisor and ultimately manager, dealing with about 300 kids in the facility. I was also deputy chief, assistant chief in Stanislaus County, where I ran their juvenile hall programs for 5 years, including their 158-bed facility at that time. I only mention that because Dan knows I've had the conversation with him. There's no greater challenge than to take care of other people's kids. Here in Mariposa, I've been chief. I was here chief in 2000 to 2002 to give some historical perspective. During that first chiefdom, the state beds were full. Every bed in the state was full. And here, on the rare occasions when we had a kid that hit the hall, I was calling all over the state to find a bed. Things have changed since those days. Beds as probation has done a better job at reuniting kids and keeping them with their families in their counties and whatnot. Beds have now become available. So we've seen that, and frankly, I was here when Tuolumne was going through the pains and growth of deciding whether to build a facility, and now really coming up, every facility has its growth, especially with juvenile facilities, and really coming to the point where they've established a reputation. Frankly, it's cheaper for me, if you want to talk per cost, to take a kid to Merced. It's a half hour closer, 40 minutes closer. I utilize Tuolumne for many of the reasons that have already been spoken. One, you put together it's difficult. One of the most difficult things to do in an institution is develop staff and a crew of people that will recognize how important it is to take care of other people's kids and their own kids in the community, much like they would their own. So we go to you, and granted, I don't have tons of kids that go your way, but the ones I do get go to you for that reason. You've got a great program. It's really coming into its own statewide, and now as the states are actually talking about shutting down their facilities, we're going to see all these beds dry up around us, and we could be back to where we were in 2000. You talk about having 11 kids in your facility. I can't even imagine trying to call around if juvenile facilities start filling up, and I believe they will. Everything circles through. You're going to be sitting around trying to find beds for those 11 kids and begging at county. And in fact, I can remember, had I not known the superintendent in Stanislaus at that time, there were times I would have been taking kids home with me. I don't want to bother too much of your time. I'm just going to offer this. I don't have a juvenile hall full-time facility, but I do have to transport the few that we have. I do have to have officers available. I do have to bring them to and from court. My juvenile hall budget in 18-19 actuals was $257,274. That's for a small-time operation. I haven't done the numbers in Tuolumne. I can't imagine that with 11 kids, and you're going to be transporting them anywhere from Kern County to whatever beds are open, because they are going to dry up. It's going to be an expensive proposition. So I would caution. I get it. Everybody's trying to save money. I'm actually going through my budget books.
Sir.
So can I ask you to wrap up your thoughts? We do appreciate it, and I suspect that you will be having another conversation with Dan in the near future. But for purposes of the board conversation, could I ask if you could wrap those thoughts up?
Sure. Who's asking? I'm sorry, I can't see.
Supervisor Brennan.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan. Sorry, I didn't mean to belabor the cost. I was just going to close by saying I'm going to go back to my budget because I think it's a serious enough issue for the Sierra Nevada that if I can come up with some one-time money that I can throw on the table to help close your gap, I'll do what I can, and I'll talk to my CAO about that. Thank you, Supervisor.
So thank you for those comments. We do appreciate that.
Are you ready? Ready? Hello?
And
good morning, or good afternoon. It's noon now. My name is Elizabeth Gong. I'm a field representative with the Board of State and Community Corrections. I'm the inspector for Tuolumne County and as Mariposa when Chief Judy was just on the phone. I'm not going to go into the money amount. For me, it was simple math in terms of the cost to transport 11 kids. I actually went with the number of 10 because that's the ratio for youth supervision, one staff for every 10 kids. Over the last year, they've been as high as 20, and they've been as low as 8. So I averaged at 10. And I came up with $1.2 million, not considering
Hello?
I'm just going to go into the money. For me, it was simple math. The cost to transport 11. I actually went with the number of 10.
yeah, we can't hear you, so.
One staff for every 10 kids. Are you guys still there?
There you are.
And they can as low as 8. So I averaged 10. This is crazy.
So Beth, I'm not sure.
I'm hearing myself in arrears, so.
Okay. I'm not certain what is happening, but
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'll kind of reiterate what I think I just said and heard on the calendar.
Turn off what? Do you have something on your end? Can you? Beth, we can't hear you again, and I know you have.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to go out of the room. I'm trying to watch, which I can't even see you all anymore anyway. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Gong. I'm a field rep with the Board of State and Community Corrections. I'm the field rep for Tuolumne County and was involved in the opening of the facility in 2017. I am not going to reiterate what Judge said, what Dan said, what Chief Judy said from Mariposa. One thing I would like to point out is the agenda item was really kind of hidden. I was not able to see what was in the budget agenda in a packet until late yesterday afternoon. I'd been checking all week when I found out that it was going to be on the agenda. So, I'm an outsider looking in, and so for you to hold responsible other people for knowing that they were supposed to present is kind of odd to me. They weren't listed on the agenda like the sheriff or like recreation to propose an item. Going backwards, what I'd like to say is the numbers that I came up with simple math in terms of cost to transport 10 youth out of county, like Chief Judy said, beds are shrinking. I have 28 of the 58 counties in California that I inspect, and those beds are going to be harder to come by, especially with the closure of DJJ in January. But one thing that hasn't come up is in the proposal, it indicated that the facility would be open Monday through Friday to provide an array of amazing services. The thing is, those kids that are going to be getting those services are in school until late afternoon. So I'm assuming then that the facility would stay open in evening hours, which is an additional cost. And have we thought about transportation costs to get the kids to the facility to get those services? And the transportation costs to get kids to and from court, 10 kids. The one young lady that Chair Macon spoke about with reference to STRTPs, when I was at the facility, she was taken to the hospital for a mental health assessment. A mental health program for any kind of group home placement could cost up to $20,000 a month. So when you think about the closing of this facility and taking your own community kids and sending them out of county versus keeping them in county for essentially the same cost, to me makes no sense. I went back and read the operational program statement for when Tuolumne County submitted the proposal, and time and time again in that proposal talked about the need to keep your kids in your own communities. And so the facility has been open barely 3 years. The pandemic is costing counties and squeezing budgets. Everyone understands that, but I really do believe that getting commitments from your neighboring counties to house your kids there, to reassess and reevaluate the average daily population and the cost of placement, all of this information is available, and I can certainly work with the probation department to point to it because BSCC collects that data. To look at the cost for STRTPs and to consider the DJJ closure and the number of kids that could be coming from those same jurisdictions into your programs. Plus the fact that Chief Downey was approved by BSCC to designate 5 camp beds, so that would operate in the arrears. So this time next year, there'll be some revenue from kids being committed. I think Judge Segerstrom spoke about not committing kids to camp programs because he wanted to keep his kids in Tuolumne County. But if there's camp beds here, those kids can stay in Tuolumne and get services. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I just hope that you give Chief Hawks and the probation department an opportunity to actually respond to specific requests rather than just present on a no-name budget item where the information wasn't actually on the agenda until late yesterday afternoon.
So, okay, I appreciate your comments, and we are going to have a special board meeting to gain additional information that will be scheduled. And I do want the public to know that the reason this item was not posted until last night, and I have been saying this, is because it has been evolving. This is difficult across the board, and all of the department heads have been included in these conversations, and this has been going on. We had this, I think, agendized almost a month ago and had to pull it because things were changing so dramatically even up till yesterday afternoon, and we wanted to be working with the most accurate information that we could. We don't seem to have that with regards to the juvenile hall, and so we will be holding a special board meeting so that we can be dealing with the most accurate information that we can get.
All right, and hoping that you're going to allow the community to chime in on this because they probably were not aware that it was on the agenda, but I'm sure that they'll be aware now and be available to submit their comments for folks other than the people that knew that it was going to be happening in the budget agendized item.
So thank you for that. I know personally I've received a lot of emails on this item, and so we will continue to take that public comment. And appreciate the points that you made. Is there any additional public comment at this time? No? All right. I am going to ask, I know, I think a couple board members would like to make a comment on this item in particular, and then we'll give some direction on how we're going to proceed here with the rest of this budget item. We still have a number of departments to go through, and we are into the lunch hour. So I'm looking across the dais. Is there any final comments on the juvenile hall, knowing that we're going to be bringing this back for a special board meeting?
Yeah, I'll just make a few comments, and then just a point of clarification. This has been brought up in the last prior 2 board meetings. I kind of feel like we just wasted 2 hours of like 50 people's time because we need to make decisions and move now. So now we're going to do another board meeting to do it again. So it is what it is, but we need to get moving on this. There's so much misinformation out there, and it's so annoying because we're throwing numbers around. I've been asking for numbers for 2 years. If I don't have numbers, I don't want any more analytics. I want negotiations. I want to know what we're going to have moving forward, or I'm done. We are talking about a warm closure. A warm closure does not mean we're done for indefinite period amount of time. Warm closure means this fiscal budget and maybe a few years moving forward, we cannot afford to operate this hall. Maybe that's the time that we need to negotiate, to get these contracts, to get the state, to get legislators to take action. But I'm done having conversations, and I'm done pointing the finger. These things should have been done years ago. If they're not done in the next few weeks, I'm done. So stop throwing out numbers when we don't have facts behind them. We talk about 11 kids. I don't want to hear about 11 kids. 11 kids is basically this many people plus 2 or 3 more in the room. When we have thousands of kids who are touched by our parks and libraries and recreation, I am considering the kids. That's why this is on the table, okay? For those of you who say that we don't have a heart or we're not considering all the above, I am considering the kids of Tuolumne County. That's why this is on the agenda item. I can no longer justify subsidizing the counties surrounding us for 11 kids. Everybody who called in today and is chewing out the board and chewing out all these people, why don't you call Calaveras County? Why don't you call Mariposa County? Why don't you call the governor's office? Why don't you call Stanislaus County? Why don't you call their boards and complain to them why they are undercutting our local juvenile hall? Mike, who left the ship, instead of getting up here and yelling at us, I get everybody's emotions are high. Why don't you be part of those negotiations instead of throwing in the towel? If we want this to work, everybody needs to be focused on the same direction.
Okay.
So no decisions have been made. What I do want to know, though, is we keep talking about the cost to transport kids. For 30, 40, 50 years, we had kids going out to other counties. We've only operated the juvenile hall for the last 3 years. What was the cost to do those transports prior to opening the hall? I thought I saw 300,000 or 400,000. I'm hearing 1.2 million. I'm hearing 800,000. I want to know what it costs on average to transport those kids out of county. I would like that number at the next board meeting. That's something that's important to me. So I'll leave it at that.
We can get that number, right? I'm looking for confirmation. Thank you. Supervisor?
Yeah, and I concur wholeheartedly with that last point. I think there's a lot of confusion. I've never really quite gotten a clear grasp on what the alternative costs are versus the current costs. I think you have, so we're going to revisit this, and I don't want to belabor any more staff direction, as we'll be talking about it next week at length, I'm sure. I just wanted to kind of clear the air and take a little bit of responsibility over the board and the county's role. My concern is that it's being kind of presented as though the probation officer or probation in general has mismanaged their funds. They have not. We knew that these costs would be what they are. We went into this with our eyes open. We opened the facility without MOUs with other counties. The costs are what they are. And so we need to take agency over our own decisions. Spreading that responsibility as wide as I can. I'll also bring up that we put 2 ballot measures on the ballot that were tax revenue generating, and they were both voted down by the public. And so one of the major elements of that was keeping facilities like these open. So my hope is that the public sees that this is where your money goes, and if these kids are important to you, if these programs are important to you, we need to support them. and it costs a lot of money, and it doesn't happen by magic. So just reiterating the point that the board, ourselves, bear a great deal of the responsibility for this decision, which is very difficult, and we're all culpable in some way or another.
Okay. Supervisor?
Yeah. Again, I want to reiterate, I was a very strong supporter of the juvenile hall through its early construction, and I have voted for the juvenile hall all along, every chance I got. I want to reiterate what both my previous supervisors have said. We are in, and also what Ms. Riggs opened up with, we are in the toughest budget situation I've ever been in. And this is not my 8th budget. I had 5 of them when I was in the Pentagon. I have never in those 13 budgets ever been in a proportionally more difficult situation than this county is in right now. We were going to be in a very difficult position before COVID hit, okay? We are in a critical budget situation. We are going to have to cut a lot of things that nobody sitting on this dais wants to cut. Let me repeat that. We're going to cut some things that nobody on this dais wants to cut. We just cannot spend money that we cannot forecast having in our hot little hands in the coming year. I don't want this juvenile hall to be one of those programs that we have to cut. I also don't want recreation, and I don't want libraries. But we're not going to be able to keep all of our services, plain and simple. There are 2 ways to balance a budget. In the vernacular of my previous budgetary experience, one of them is called a salami slice. That is, everybody takes a proportional cut. Well, we've been doing salami slice cuts for the last several years. We can't do that anymore. We are down to the bone in almost every one of our departments. The other one is to do wholesale cuts in service sectors, and that's probably what we're going to be looking at as we go forward. Yes, this was supposed to be guidance to staff, but this isn't the first guidance to staff we gave, and this isn't going to be the last guidance to staff we give. We make a final decision one time. Well, actually twice, once in June and then again in September. So although this is just guidance to staff, this is not the first time this staff has been working on these problems. And we have had people come and show us how they can save money. And so, again, I will apologize publicly for my part in the little verbal fracas that occurred earlier. But what I was trying to get to is I just want our probation department to come in here, and if there is a way, I want to know how we can operate that juvenile hall at something around $500,000 less than we're operating it at right now. That may be our neighboring partners ponying up more money. It may be some efficiencies that they can find. I could name a lot of things, but it's probably going to be a combination of several things. But everybody, and this is for all the department heads, you're not going to skate through this without taking cuts. So come to the come to the table and show us what you can do to cut the cost to this county. We're not going to spend $1.4 million in 2021 on that juvenile hall. We're not going to spend zero either, because those of you that in the public think that closing that juvenile hall means we're not going to spend any of that $1.4 million. You're crazy. That juvenile hall is going to cost us one way or another. So we just need to figure out what the optimum solution for it is. And with that, thank you.
Supervisor Gray, anything?
Yeah, just I was just sitting here thinking, that I had a knee surgery scheduled for today, and I think I would have been better off in the hospital getting my knee replaced than sitting here listen to this. So just kind of bringing it back to some sort of order. I don't want anybody to think that this board is angry about how we're approaching this. It is hard, it's difficult, it's gut-wrenching, and I don't want us to come off as being angry at you, the staff. Or we have a really difficult, as Supervisor Rutherford mentioned, difficult task to do, and I have confidence that we will rise to the occasion. We will come up with something. There's certain things I don't like to take any department and compare it with the other department. I don't think a good analogy between juvenile hall and libraries is a good one. I understand the makeup of it, but we got a problem. Let's just buck up and figure out a way to get closer to where we need to be. And with that, I'm ready for lunch.
So for the public's awareness, I want them to know that we did receive a lot of communication on this. We did receive a letter from the retired judges, Polly Temple, Bosco Boyack, and Provost. We also did receive communication from the superintendent of schools, Kathy Parker, and I think at one point she may have been trying to get online to make some comments. But know that we will be working and be having conversations with her also. With that, we are going to recess for lunch. And before we do recess, I want the public to know that we are going to be pulling our 1:30 appointment, which was the public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Section 3.40 related to fees for the Community Development Department. So if you were waiting to hear that item is going to be pulled until a future time. With that, we will recess until 1:30. Right, we are back in open session, and I would like to let the public know that we have not finished our 9:30 appointment, and so we are going to proceed with that and finish that before we go to our 1:30 appointments. And again, number 3 on the 1:30 appointments has been pulled and will be discussed at a future date. And before we start again, we had a lot of emotional conversation this morning. We still have a lot of items to go that people feel very, very passionately about. And I'm going to ask all of us to think before we speak so that we clearly articulate what it is, the information that we want to get at. And remember that not everything that is out there in the public is factual. And so with that, staff, well, and will you please repeat how folks can call in for public comment?
So the item is to continue consideration of providing staff direction on the development of the fiscal year 2020-21 budget. And if you'd like to participate, you can listen to the meeting via video and audio with the live streaming at tuolumnecounty.ca.gov website, or you can listen to it on a Zoom call The call-in number for the Zoom is 669-900-9128, and the web ID number is 987-3738-5111. And if you would like to comment on an item, the phone number is 533-6581, and your call will be taken in the order that it was received. And I just called the number again. Read the number.
All right. Ms. Riggs.
Okay, thank you. So the next few items we'll go through, and I just, as you had said, a reminder that we are looking for direction. We're not asking for final decision-making on here. Your direction will help us know what to put into the budget system and what not. The final decision comes in when you approve that budget and any other associated attachments with those types of actions contained in those attachments. So with that being said, because we recommend the recommendation, what that means is we're recommending that we build our budget that way, and doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the board action will be when we go there. So outside agencies, this came up last fiscal year when we were talking, the current fiscal year when we were talking about budget. And this is our contract with Tuolumne Parks and Recreation. And I've said it before, James Woods and his crew do a phenomenal job out there. He has arranged his crews that we have not 24/7, 7 days a week coverage. And last year, Eric and I and Anaya spent some time just walking through, and I was impressed. He does a fantastic job. So this is another one of those areas that's not because of the quality of the service, but because we are looking for areas that we can save. So for the outside agencies, we have a contract for $110,000 per year with Tuolumne Park and Rec, and they maintain all of our facilities out there. So they rent the Memorial Hall, they care for the Memorial Hall, they do all of the landscaping, they take care of our park. They also clean up all of the area in our the parking lot for our library and the rec building and the ball field. So they have a large area that they're caring for. And working with the sheriff, this is one of those areas he had said that he would, in partnership with recreation, our recreation department, and then our facilities management department, that the three of them would look at maintaining all of these buildings and these fields. We will continue to explore this to make sure who can cover what. So if there's a component of that maybe we still need Tuolumne Parks and Rec to do, we would come back to your board when we have the final, once we have that figured out. But right now, we are recommending that for the budget, that we would eliminate that contract within the budget system as we are developing this current year's fiscal year budget. And you have any questions on that before I go to the next item? Because we'll come back through all of these when the actual direction on what I'm putting into the system and what I'm not.
So we'll come back for direction?
We'll come back for direction, yeah. That's it? Okay. The next one is outside agencies, and this is another one of those hot topics. But I would say just about everything in our budget is hot topic because they're near and dear to everyone. We kind of talked about this a little bit last year as well, and it came up in a couple different conversations. And that's the contract that we have with the Visitors Bureau to pass on 25% of our transient occupancy tax to the Visitors Bureau. And they do a great job as well at all of the marketing and outreach that keeps individuals, especially worldwide, coming into our part of the county for their lodging and recreation. So what's come up as we've talked about concession bargaining with our staff is any department heads, employees, and some members of the public is if we're asking our employees and others to take reductions in their pay, why are we not looking at what we're doing with outside agencies? And this is another one of those. So we just want to give an example because I've been watching some things on social media as well about how much money the Visitors Bureau in Mariposa County is able to collect. And what we want to make clear is that in Mariposa County only gives $500,000 a year to their Visitors Bureau. And this last year, had we not had the issue we're having now with our economy, they were on the upward trend of collecting $21 million for TOT. Ours was at 4.9. So they give $500,000, but what they do have in Mariposa, and they have these all over the state of California and cities and counties alike, are what's called a TBID, which is a tourism investment district. And essentially what happens is your lodging association decides to voluntarily add a component onto their bill that can then be put into towards marketing, so on their behalf. So they're not using tax dollars, they're collecting their own monies to do this. And the other thing about that is, and you'll see that on the slide, is unlike TOT, they don't have to have that go to the voters. There's no voter approval required for that. So with this, we talk about amending it. And this is just an example. If we were to collect a $3 million in TOT that we estimate could be collected this next fiscal year, if you took it for 25% to 15%, example only, the reduction for this next fiscal year would be approximately $250,000. There's a lot of different ways we could look at this. It could be we give them some, board could give them some time to work on getting a tourism investment district going so that they are able to collect that fee, get it added before we would make an amendment, or your board may decide you want to leave it as is. But that is one of the areas that we have looked at as well. Any questions on that before I go to the, not that one, but we'll go to the
Yeah, I feel like maybe we should address these individually real quick. I reached out to the Bureau and asked some things that they have possibly implemented since COVID hit and whatnot. Are you aware, or is the board aware of some of the reductions that they have already done? They've done some layoffs. They haven't hired behind a few positions. I got some, I guess their payroll has been reduced to 42% since it started. So have those things been
Well, I'm aware of
considered?
those.
Okay.
So yes, but we are still giving them 25% of whatever we collect.
Okay.
Yeah. So that because they reduce our budget, it doesn't change what we, now, of course, we may collect, close to zero for this particular period of time, which would mean that they would not get, 25% of nothing is still nothing, right? So, but yes, Lisa had told me that she has made significant reductions in their workforce as a result of COVID-19.
Well, and the reason why I bring that up because when we kind of start the conversation or premise about how other departments are taking cuts, so I think that's an important piece of the conversation is that she's
made
started
reductions as well.
So before you go on to library services, can you go back one? Because let's kind of keep as we were doing this morning, and we were talking about outside agencies, and so that's really the last couple of slides. So I'd ask the board at this point if they have any comments.
Yes, on the T-bid, Mariposa County, I do not know what their percentage that they add on top of their TOT tax, but I do know that obviously their number of rooms is higher than it is here in Tuolumne County. So I would be curious to know if they put 1.5% to 2% on top of their TOT, how much could they possibly generate? And I don't. That'd be something we need to look at. The other thing that looking at. I don't know the financial situation with the Visitors Bureau. I don't know exactly what level of reserves they have, or cash on hand or whatever, but we're going to be looking at possibly going into reserves to gap us through. Is that a possibility that they could look at? Is there a short period of time that they could fund internally versus us giving more money? Because this is all going to change. It's not going to be a forever thing with the shortage. It out there. I'm confident that when things come back, they're going to come back with a vengeance, because people are going to want to get out of their house and vacation, and they're not going to be coming from China and Europe or any place like that. It's going to be I think more local. So just a thought maybe to discuss with them to see what their capabilities are on a short-term basis. $250,000 is a lot of money to take a hit on if you don't have any money in the bank. If you got a little bit of money in the bank, maybe you can bridge it. I don't know, but just to comment my thoughts.
Kind of an idea I had is have we approached the Visitors Bureau about incorporating some other county services and community outreach endeavors? I'm thinking the arts, our business assistance department, things that are related to visitation of Tuolumne County, but not necessarily directly associated with the Visitors Bureau at present. Some way of spreading that 25% a little wider, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and Lisa and I did talk about that months back, and I have not had a more recent conversation with Lisa since the COVID issue hit, and we've all kind of buckled down here, so I can definitely have that conversation with her again.
Okay.
Supervisor?
Yeah, just one thing. There is a linkage here, and we haven't gotten to the other slide, but I just want to make that linkage now so when we get there, we consider it properly. There is another slide in here about possibly going out for another ballot initiative specific to TOT. I don't think it would be why, while I supported the TOT increase of 2%, which didn't pass, I don't think it would be wise to have a combination of situations of TBID and TOT in excess of 2%. I think that's going to drive the market out of whack. So I kind of look at this as two different ways to get to the same end. Either you do TBID or you do the TOT ballot initiative, and obviously TBID's probably an easier way to go just because of the fact that you don't have to get it through the ballot. But either one of them would have the same impact on marketability for our lodging industry, and I think that, again, for me, it would be one or the other, not both.
So thank you for those comments, because that is actually, I was thinking along those lines also. I just don't see how you could do both. And another piece, I think that, I'll speak for myself, that as we come out of COVID, we want the Visitors Bureau to be strong. We know that. They're going to be our partner in actually how we bring the tourism industry back to Tuolumne County when that time is right. And so with that in mind, and I know you're going to be looking for direction, especially when it comes, when you've got to pull this together, but I would like us to really think about if we're looking at this TBID as part of the solution, then phasing in so that we are not doing them harm until they, so if that's September or whatever that time period is. Again, I want them to be as good of a partner as we can get in getting our tourism standing back up again.
Can I ask a question on TBID? If we went down that road, how long would it take for them to implement?
Well, I think it depends how much time they would spend doing it. I don't know how cohesive the larger group is. I have not been going to those meetings. I would have to work with Lisa on that. Like, kind of the question is, what would 1%? Well, I don't know what the total number of beds are in our area that are rented, and so there's a calculation to go in there. So I would have to work with her to find out. I don't know how long it would take. I will talk with Dalen and his group over in Mariposa. I don't know how long they've had theirs, but you may remember last year we came in with that whole list of all the counties and cities that had a tourism investment district, and we gave all the percentages. Right. We can get those to you again. We just didn't put them in this presentation.
I think maybe,
I don't know the timing.
I don't know if this helps or if the board agrees, but for direction, what I'm looking at is, okay, how long would it take for them to implement something like that? When would they start seeing revenues? Because when I look at the total numbers with the TOT, with the industry being hit up to 40-60%, and then if we take them down from 25 to 15%, the numbers that she came up with and that we discussed was basically going from a $1.3 million budget to a $450,000 budget. So, I mean, we're talking about cutting it by almost 2/3.
Okay, but that might be for the year with COVID. That would not be in a normal year, just to make sure.
Correct,
That's
normal
clear.
year,
Just
right.
to make sure, because we're going through something similar.
Absolutely.
With.
And
Yep.
when I look at like Mariposa, they're going to get the traffic, they're going to get the TOT because of Yosemite, no matter what. And I think as we're in this budget crisis, what I believe is so important about the Visitors Bureau is, even though right now when it hurts the worst, this is a time to be messaging so that when things start opening up, we're grabbing as much of that traffic. I know it's a catch-22, but this is one of those departments where there's very few that create revenues, and this is one of them. So it's just,
For sure.
moving forward, I'd like to know what that, how long it would take for them to phase that portion in if we went down that road.
Yeah.
Just to add, both corridors, 140 and 120, are going to be affected about what happens in Yosemite National Park. And looking at the most recent thing that I've read, that even when they do open up, they're going to be looking at 50% of the capacity as what they had last year. So, in Mariposa, when you see that big number, obviously, that comes from the valley. It's not so much the corridor. The majority of it is from the higher end places in the valley. So they're in the same predicament. We are only worse. They have a lot more to lose than we do if they don't get open. So, the ability for Yosemite itself to be promoted is within a lot of it. It's an icon. It's the hook for the two corridors. So you don't have to advertise Yosemite so much. Yosemite will probably take care of itself. It's the other areas, the 108 corridor, the other parts of the county that need that are going to need the most amount of advertising. So, if you focus on that, the story of Yosemite take care of itself. I don't think that's really true. I think we can help promote it, but this is going to be a time. I hope a short period of time, 6 to 8 months, where things aren't not going to be there. Then it'll come back. So, getting back to my point, what does the Visitors Bureau have that can help get through this 6 or 8 months without us having to contribute to the level that we're doing factually because we don't have the money, so just something to think about and work on.
No, and sorry if I didn't clarify. I didn't mean promote Yosemite. It was more of trying to get them to stay in the area for a few days, which includes the Sonora, the Groveland area, so which they do a good job of.
Yeah, and I kind of had a question about the T-bid. I mean, we don't have authority to levy a T-bid.
No.
So that would be all.
It's
so
totally private.
I guess what would be your role in? We don't really have a role in that. So
No, the only
are we
thing
just,
would be is if your board say we will give, say, the first quarter, so maybe July, August, September, we keep it up, but then that gives them 3-4 months if we were to say we're not looking for a decision today. So if next fiscal year, you could give them 3 months in order to get something together and start collecting. So, April, May, June, and July, August, September are normally our biggest, those 6 months are usually really, really good for us. I have no idea what July, August, and September will be this month, but they would still get 25% that way, and then they would have time. And again, these are just examples. Then they would have time to get the T-bid, but they'd have to work with all of their members, or someone keeps telling me it's not an association. It kind of is. I mean, it's my understanding that everyone on the board now are lodging businesses, so there's no longer restaurants and some others who were represented on there. But they would have to get that up and going, and it's a voluntary thing. You can't make someone do it. So they would have to get everyone together on that and going in the same direction.
so then we could work with, if they expressed an interest in pursuing a T-bid, we could work out a deal where we would not levy just an immediate cut to the Visitors Bureau, but draw it down gradually as the T-bid takes over.
Your board could decide whatever. There is a 90-day requirement for notification. That would be to terminate. We would talk more about would they be amicable to amending it, and then your board could decide if you were going to go down the road any amount of time that you wanted in order to allow them to get that process in place.
So one consideration on the T-bid that concerns me a little bit is that because it is voluntary, I'm not sure, while I think our major lodging folks could probably get together and agree to honor that, I'm not sure the plethora of Airbnbs and that kind of thing would be, so you're not, it's not just, you're not going to replace a 2% TOT increase with a 2% T-bid.
Right.
You know, you're going to lose something in the translation there because there's,
Right. There's no statutory requirement
Exactly.
to make them participate.
so
Right.
in fairness, when we're thinking numbers, you know, we need to think that it's not necessarily apples to apples that we're
It
comparing.
could be more or it could be less. It depends on the numbers and what amount that
Sure.
they would put on. Because remember, if they did a 2%, they wouldn't be getting 25% of the 2%.
They'd be getting
They'd be getting all of that 2%. It just depends on who participated and at what level that they were to place that type of item on their own invoices.
All right.
And
And then
just-
I'm also going to guess that we should be at least, we should be having a conversation with the city also. It'd be nice to have their,
Good point.
And Tracy, this 250,000 from the 25 to 15, that's based on the projection?
Yes, that is based on, for next fiscal
Next
year,
year.
we have estimated $3 million. So if you were to, instead of doing 25%, you were to do 15% of next year. And obviously, you would prorate that if we were to only do 6 months at that, or not at all, depending on what the board decided.
Yeah, I just reiterate, again, there's very few departments that create and that help facilitate economic growth, and this is one of those. And so when I get the number, and I'll just say this one last time, where they're going from a budget of 1.3 to 450,000, if we went to the 15%, it makes me worried. So I don't know do I believe everybody's going to take a hit? Absolutely. Do I think it should be 25 to 15? I don't know. Maybe it should be, what would 20% look like?
Yeah.
Around 180,000?
10% would be, so you figure you're at $3 million, so 300. So we 600.
so,
We're
yeah,
pretty good,
Tracy, at this
Yeah.
time, what I'd like you to do is I'm hoping that you're sensing enough direction from the board for this. I would like to go to public comment because I am thinking there's some public that would like to weigh in.
Go ahead for the board. And please turn off your mic to your speakers.
Okay. Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. This is Terry Marshall. I am the Director of Marketing and Communications for Evergreen Lodge and Rush Creek Lodge at Yosemite, and I also volunteer on the Visitors Bureau Board representing lodging for District 4. I'd like to say thank you all very much for your service. It's I feel sorry for you. I appreciate the work that you're doing and just want you to know that we're here to help be a part of the solution, and we do have an appreciation for the enormity of the task at hand. One thing that is a big red flag I'd like to clarify, make sure everybody understands up front, the board of Visit Tuolumne County is not made up entirely of lodging. It is intentionally made up of a combination of representatives from lodging industry. There are some at-large positions. Restaurants and attractions are also included, and we make a huge effort to make sure that we have fair representation of a cross-section of tourism-related industries, not just lodging. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to understand that there will be a reduction in TOT, and we already have reduced staffing at the Visitors Bureau. 42% reduction in staff costs so far, and with the anticipated loss in our portion of TOT, those numbers are correct. The budget will go down from $1.3 million to $450,000, which is an exceptionally high cut. We're happy to do our part, but I think you'll agree that's that's not where we want the Visitors Bureau to be if we're going to tap into that resource to help rebuild our economy. Keeping in mind that 25% that you're collecting from tourists to the area. And the way we get tourists to the area is by inviting them to come here. People go where they're invited, and that's the Visitors Bureau job. And if they're not having a loud enough voice to invite people to our county, people will go other places. Another thing to remember is that we're no longer in a situation where Yosemite takes care of itself. I think it's easy to forget that when Aramark came in as the concessionaire, they made drastic cuts to their marketing resources in Yosemite. The marketing department there went down from something like 9 people to 2 people, and it's been that way for several years now. And in the gateway communities, we feel the pinch, and we're having to bear a bigger burden of the marketing spend in order to drive demand for Yosemite, and then in turn to use Yosemite as the hook for the rest of Tuolumne County. And we've proven success with that. Some of you may remember when the Highway 120 northwest entrance to the park had the lowest visitation, and it was the South Gateway that had the most visitation. And over the years, we've been able to turn that around so that Tuolumne County is the entrance of choice for people when they're coming to Yosemite. And if we want to keep it that way, we need to keep the Visitors Bureau funded. The other thing that I want to make sure everybody is remembering, and it's hard to tell, can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The Visitors Bureau has a marketing recovery plan in the works. And it's not only important for helping to stimulate our tourism economy, it's also very important if you think about the role the Visitors Bureau plays during crisis communications. You can look at it through that lens. If we want people, there was some reference earlier this morning to the fact that there's concerns about people coming in from outside of our county and not conducting themselves appropriately or safely. The money that it takes to have a communications strategy and a plan to reach out to those visitors to help them to enjoy the outdoors in Tuolumne County in safe and healthy ways, that falls on the Visitors Bureau as well. So it's not just about marketing the destination, it's also about informing these visitors so that they do utilize our outdoor spaces in safe and healthy ways. And that's going to be a dynamic thing. It's not going to be a one-and-done message. As you've also alluded to, we'll be moving in and out of different phases of recovery and reopening, and the parameters will change based on how conditions change with how safe it is to enjoy certain activities or certain densities in restaurants and retail. And the Visitors Bureau is going to need to be the ones who are communicating those messages that will be fluid and will be changing. And it's not only for the visitors, it's also for those of us who live and work within the county, so that people who are working on the front lines serving the tourists that are coming to the area are equipped with the right language to communicate accurately to visitors as things are changing on a daily basis.
Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to share with you is I've been in tourism since John Poimeru was the person who came up with the Tourism Business Improvement District. It's something that cities used to be able to do to revitalize downtown areas that had fallen into disrepair. And I'm a huge fan of the T-bid because I've seen what it can do to be able to have businesses decide that they're going to self-assess and choose to spend that money on marketing is a very powerful tool. Civitas is one of the leading companies who help create T-bids. And in our conversation today, I'm hearing a lot of really frightening oversimplification of what a T-bid is and what the process is. So first, it doesn't take 2 to 3 months. It typically takes 2 to 3 years
simply to establish the T-bid. And the reason it takes so long is that while it doesn't have to go to a ballot, you do have to get the approval of all of the businesses who are affected. And that means you've got
So what I'm going to do is ask, because I think that you probably have some good information that's going to be very relevant coming back to this board, but we're going to ask that the Visitors Bureau and Ms. Riggs are going to work on, again, we're going to have a special board meeting in a week, and it sounds like we can get a little bit more information with regards to T-bid and what the implications are and a time frame, because I think this board is very aware that we want a strong Visitors Bureau to be a partner with us moving forward. And I'm sorry, I know there are, was there anything else in addition to the T-bid, or?
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood a T-bid is not a short-term solution. It takes 3 to 4 years before you see results from it. And I will just quickly close then with saying that given the new circumstances, if you're able to go back out to the public with the 2% TOT increase again, you're still going to struggle, I think, to get it approved. But now that you're able to frame it in the harsh reality of either, as a community, we collectively pass this 2% TOT increase, or, you know, you will lose these services that mean so much to you. The message is stronger now, and you might be more successful. And if you could do that and keep the visitors.
All right. And I appreciate that conversation also. That will be coming in a future slide when we will be talking about that specifically. I know it's in a slide here, and we'll be looking at that. I don't have a time certain, but it is, again, a ballot initiative is not going to help us solving the problem today. It could help tomorrow down the road, but we will be coming back to that conversation at a future date.
Okay, we've got we have several agenda items at the Visitors Bureau board meeting this Thursday to talk about some creative short-term solutions. So we're very much looking forward to being a part of that solution, and I thank you very much for your time and your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you for the call. You're going to be at that meeting? Okay. Is there any other public comment? All right.
Okay, let's move on. Next one is library. We've talked about library the last few years as well, and there's a lot of options that we've talked about with library. As you can see with on here, we've also given some historical look at what the net county cost is for library services. It runs around 1.1 million. You do see a slight increase in 18-19 and 17-18, 18-19. And that's when we did have a library director for that short time, and that's why you see that increase. So we have 4 branches. We have the main branch, which is in Sonora. Then we have Tuolumne, Groveland, Twain-Harte, and then we also have a bookmobile. If the library were closed, I mean, that's completely if it were closed, all of it, it's about a savings of about $850,000. For those who are wondering why the difference between $1,080,000 and $850,000 is, there are what we refer to, and you may have heard earlier, mandated costs. So the workers' compensation and liability and leave liability, all of those things. Just because a department goes away, those costs don't go away. They just get allocated, so other departments get a higher share of cost is what happens. We looked at all kinds of things in the past. We've looked at closing the Twain-Harte branch and Tuolumne branch. I'm sorry, that number on there is not right. It's about $120,000 savings if those were to change. But what I would like to do, is Eric here, and I can't see behind me. Is have Eric Aiken. He has a great idea as an alternative to look at that he and I discussed, I think it was last night, and he wanted to be able to present that to your board.
Eric Aiken, Library Recreation Manager. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for allowing me back. I'm here to speak on behalf of the library system, which I know we all value and, in these times, we're looking at some difficult decisions. I understand that anything we allocate towards library means it's got to be a cut somewhere else, and those are difficult decisions that have to happen. But I think libraries are essential in our community and what we provide. We don't just provide books. We do a lot of on-job training. Something that I see definitely being a large need that's going to be coming up here with all the unemployment is we have a lot of people that utilize, we have about 17,000 hours of use of our computers and free Wi-Fi at the libraries that people utilize to research jobs, apply for jobs, acquire skills to apply for jobs they may not currently qualify for, which is something that I'm hoping we can be here for to help our community as we move forward through this. We are definitely looking at creative ways to try and bring down the cost of library. Some costs that we've kind of come up with so far, if your board were to decide to close all 4 branches, it would be about a savings of about $260,000 to the county budget. There are some services that we do provide that are grant funded. A lot of our literacy programs are grant funded that cover a lot of the costs for that. We provide.
Sorry, Eric.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify the 200,000?
So that's if we closed all 4, including if
not the main library.
If just the Sonora main library stayed open and everything else closed, it would be about a $260,000 savings. Obviously not that any of us want to see that, but that's kind of where we're at. But again, the literacy services, we do a lot of teaching adults and families that read below the 3rd grade level to read and write. Again, helping them become productive citizens and qualified to get out there in the workforce. The libraries are also utilized as warming and cooling centers throughout the year. It's a place that we have low income and homeless people that utilize our facilities during those times of inclement weather. We also provide a lot of classes and trainings through the library. We have approximately 12,000 people that come through that, whether it's computer technology classes, we have non-custodial parent visitations are used at the libraries. We do a lot of English and bilingual story times. So there's a lot more that we do than just checking out books. One of the other things that I've been working with CO Riggs on is, again, trying to think of ways to bring some of the costs down. One of the things that we've talked about is possibly moving the recreation department over to the main branch and utilizing some of the clerical duties in rec to maybe help alleviate some of the needs over at libraries, and just trying to find some ways to bring some of those costs down. In doing that and some reorganization, we could possibly come close to cutting that 850 in half. I don't know. Again, a lot of that depends on bargaining and things like that, and there's some things that we need to work on. But that's something that we've been looking into lately. There's also a grant that just came out last week from IMLS, anywhere from $25,000 to $500,000 that you can apply for that helps for library funding that we're currently in the process of looking into. The application deadline for that is June 12th. So obviously we're not going to have an answer on that right away. It could be end of June or July before we know if we're successful on that grant. But again, we're also looking at ways right now in this time that we can provide some sort of library service. I know adding more costs right now isn't a popular discussion, but one of the things that we've been looking at is doing some sort of curbside service where people by appointment can come by the library and utilize materials and things like that. I know Sacramento Public Library just started that this week, in fact, maybe today. So we're looking at possibly implementing that, maybe even if we can find a way to make the computers accessible to the public, because I know that's a big resource that a lot of people, whether low income or just don't have Wi-Fi at their home locations, utilize to apply for jobs and for employment opportunities. So again, with the recommendations that were proposed, I hope that the decision isn't to close right now, that we could possibly wait and see where things go. We are working on some alternatives and things like that that could bring some of those costs down. With the COVID-19 that we're dealing with, obviously we can't open the libraries right now anyways, so, and that may be a couple months out before we're allowed to actually let people into the library. So it's not like we would be going back to work right away. So with that, if you have any questions.
I just want to say thank you for mentioning the ancillary activities that go on at our libraries. I think,
and there's many more that I didn't
know, and I think that a lot of the people, especially people in my generation, that grew up in a library and pretty much the only services there were the books that were there, don't realize all the public value that our libraries are providing, and especially the broadband connectivity or the Wi-Fi connectivity that people can access there that's somewhat limited in our county. It really is. So I think that's very important. And I want to thank you for looking at some out-of-the-box thinking kind of solutions and stuff. I really appreciate that. We need to find every dime we can. So I appreciate that.
And we're at the point that some library service is better than none, so whatever we can do to fight to keep libraries in Tuolumne County.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a 103-year-old institution in Tuolumne County, and it survived the Spanish flu of 1918 and World War II and several other wars and emergencies that this county has been through and survived, and I want to see. I think the library can survive this one as well. I was just hoping I could get you to expand a little bit on your idea. So what you're saying is house the recreation staff in the
So basically move the recreation department over to, which I know is something we've been working on, relocating recreation previous to this because the farm advisors needs more space. So trying to find alternate locations for recreation to go. Utilizing some of our administrative clerical staff at the library to maybe take away some of the check-in, check-out circulation type costs and things like that. We wouldn't need as many staff to do that. We would obviously still need library staff to do, the weeding of the collections and cataloging and those types of things that are essential to run a library. We would still have the e-books and the zip books, that the interlibrary loans that library staff would need to. But possibly by joining the two in kind of it might allow us to reduce some costs in regards to staff. And then the number of computers and phones would obviously be reduced, and copy machines, so it's not a lot of money, but there would be some savings there as well that we're looking at.
And we're paying rent on the building where you're at right now?
For recreation?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
So the cost savings would be on combining the staff together.
Correct.
And any kind of crossover you would eliminate.
There'd be a lot of cross-training that we would have to do. Okay. But yeah, that's something that we're looking into.
Okay. And that would be just for the Green Street Library? There wouldn't be?
That's if your board decided just to keep the Sonora branch open. If you wanted to look into alternate branches, we have the costs on what those would be, and we could easily provide that.
And one thing that would be helpful is if this was broken down on a per branch, the cost per branch, because looking at, Twainhard and Tuolumne together is 120. Twainhard and Tuolumne are operated very differently. Yeah, sure.
So Tuolumne, you're looking at, or Twainhard, you're looking at about 100,000 savings.
That's what I figured.
Tuolumne, you're looking at about 39,000. Groveland, about 32,000. And the Bookmobile, about 76,000.
Okay.
There would also be a savings of a little over 10,000. Currently, we contract with county schools for the courier services, but if we don't have any branches, we obviously don't need the courier service either, so there'd be an additional 10 and change that we would save in that contract as well.
Okay, and then we own the Groveland Library, the Tuolumne Library, and the Bookmobile outright. Like we're not
Twainhart, we're renting.
Right,
Groveland is owned by Stitches, But we have an agreement that we use the library facilities there, but it's not owned by Tuolumne County.
Isn't it a maintenance agreement?
Correct.
We use it?
Yes.
County maintains
So
it?
FM does all the maintenance on the building, but we don't pay any rent or anything like that.
So we don't own it, but the rent is.
Correct. Twain Hart's the only one we're currently paying a rent at.
Okay.
It's $24,297, I believe. And that was reduced. The current landlord did agree a year or two ago to reduce that rent.
Right. And with Tween Heart, I am speaking with a group of people, trying to come up with solutions. So I think this whole thing's going to be moving. One thing though, regarding use of computers, thank you for bringing that up. However, just to keep the boards aware, places like David Taney's Motherload Job Training, I know they have lots of computers basically right down the road. So maybe if we ended up going down that road where the branch was closed there, that would have to be relayed that there is that option. I'm just putting that out there. They have, and I believe they just got an $800,000 grant to help training people for jobs. And just so I'm clear, 100, you said about 100 for Tween Heart, but for all the satellites, 260, and then for the Sonora Branch, 850.
Correct.
And then if you were to move those over, you think you could probably get that 850 to about 450?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Somewhere in there. I know it's.
Again, we still have to work with HR and all that and what that would look like. And
okay. I guess what is it we're asking them to look into then? Because it seems pretty cut and dry.
Look at where we can reduce the cost and bring back with what
I think
amount that you think we can live with to
specifically
operate.
Direction, and I would be interested again in, since I think that's a creative solution, I think that if we can find the way to incorporate that solution in at least. So first of all, we don't, the libraries are closed. Those other libraries are closed right now.
all the branches are closed.
Correct. And so we don't anticipate opening until the governor is in stage 3, basically.
Right.
So they'll be
Operate
closed
to have
for.
a significant number of people in one location. Right.
Okay. So I'm just kind of thinking about direction here and looking around the dais. If we looked at the model that Eric has proposed, and we're going to be revisiting this again in September, and then you'll have an opportunity also to pursue some of those grants. Again, I'm trying to give you enough direction to build in a budget.
Well, and that's, so if we want to go through each of those slides, we have some ways of which, some options, and then so with this one, just remember that 450 does not, so if you went from 850 to say 450, it doesn't include the mandated cost, so you would add another about $250,000 on that. I just don't want to lose track of that. But it's significantly less than what we have now, and that's where Eric is going. He has some, sorry, Carl, I see you.
One thing that we haven't talked about, and some of that's going to devolve back on us, okay, but I think of things like Friends of the Library. I think of the fundraising that the sheriff does for his dog program, okay? What kind of those kinds of things can we either enhance in the case of Friends of the Library? How can the county, for minimal cost, help fundraise or help people like Friends of the Library? Maybe we have Friends of Recreation. I don't know, but how do we get the community involved in supporting some of these things? Because obviously they give a great deal of community value, and I know the one thing I know about this community is we are tremendously philanthropic, or I don't know if that's the exact right word, but we give back to our own community. All of us do, and what ways can we do or energize that community activity to support some of these things?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because we do have a very involved Friends of the Library that's really supported us and made a lot of this possible. And In a normal year, I think there'd be a lot of opportunity for that. Where we're at right now, it's
Sure.
it's really difficult to go out. Some of the businesses and things in town, you normally go out and maybe ask if, they're dealing with a lot of the same things too. So right now, it's kind of difficult to get. Not that they don't want to, but they're dealing with a lot of the same issues that we are. So in a normal year, I absolutely, I think that would be possible. Where we currently find ourselves, I think that's the challenge that we're faced with.
Yeah, I think fundraising is not going to be as robust this year in Tuolumne County.
Right. I mean, the Friends they've already missed 2 or 3 book sales that they normally annually do, which brings in quite a bit of revenue. So, but they're still out there heavily involved, trying to do what they can. So, not sure to answer that.
John, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Okay. Speaking of the Friends, I know the Groveland Group, they contribute a pretty large dollar amount each year. And does that money primarily go to book purchases, or is it relief staff?
There is a contribution that they do contribute that goes towards staff. They've also, over the last couple of years, have made separate donations which were specific for books. So it's a combination. The annual donation that they've given us has always been to help us staff to keep the Groveland branch open. But like I said, this last year they gave us some money that was specific just for books that we've used in that way.
Yeah, I think that's the direction that we need to go. I know they work hard just to
Absolutely.
give what they do give, but losing something like that in a community, especially as far away from the main library as Groveland is going to be difficult because it provides all the same services you're talking about, and just having the building there and not having to pay rent on it is always, I thought it was a really generous thing, even though it does cost us money to turn on the lights and stuff like that. But just bring us back something that we can look at that shows the cost savings and see where we can go with it.
And I just want to make one final comment based on kind of what Supervisor Rutherford said. And maybe some of those solutions, and this isn't the answer, but maybe some of those solutions aren't going to come about until some hard decisions are made and maybe some things are cut. Because I know people are passionate about the libraries, and I know if you're out there listening, if you love one of those library branches, if you have ideas or solutions, now is the time to act on it, to get them up and running and implemented, because those things need to happen right now. And if we can't find solutions, I actually do believe no matter what, one way or another, those libraries will be up and running, but those solutions might need to come from the folks in this community who are listening to us talk right now. So.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to go to public comment. There's no public comment? All right.
Would you like to continue on through the rest, and then we can go back through the slides after we get through the rest of it? Okay. So as I think it was one of you had mentioned that we have the revenue measure. So we're just bringing this up again because the sales tax was defeated in a big way. This one was a little bit closer. But when we're talking about reducing costs, we always get the question, why aren't we looking at revenues? And we are, which is why we talked about recreation fees, hall rental fees, and then you'll see later, the CDD director will be coming forward with some modifications to her fee schedule as well, not today, but in the future. So this one is about the TOT again, is if your board wanted to consider putting that back onto the ballot. In order to get it on the November ballot, we would need to decide by August 7th for timing.
To be straight up with the public on this, that $1 million is for a full year, and if it won approval in November, by the time the election results are certified, we would only see probably 7 months of TOT, 4 of which are off-season months.
Yeah, there's no way. We just pulled some numbers we had.
I understand. So we're likely the first year not to even see that full $1 million, anywhere close to that full $1 million. Right. Thanks.
And so for purposes, and I'm going to look across the dais because I know a couple members would like to have this conversation in depth again, but for purposes of our 2021 budget, because we can't go to the bank on a ballot initiative as part of our fix for this 2021 year. I would like to see this conversation not come back in the next week and bring it back later in June or the 1st of July.
Madam Chair, I would agree with that because for another reason, let's get through the June budget, and then based on what we get through in the June budget, then that might better inform in July whether we want to try and hit that 7 August date.
I don't think that's enough time for staff. If we decided to go that route, we're only leaving staff a month to put together an entirely new, I mean,
It's going to be the same thing as what we already had. So we would just update that language and the ballot measure language, all of that. And then we just need to get it to Debbie and onto the ballot. So I'm looking at Sarah too, but we already had all of that language that her staff put together.
I would prefer to use different language on the ballot initiative than we used last time.
So you're talking about the board argument, is that, because that was provided by
Or,
the board?
or whether the board is going to provide the argument. I think there's a lot to discuss if we do decide to go that route. I think we learned a lot from our experience with the last election, and it would take time to apply that. What I would prefer is if we are having a meeting next Tuesday, and then there's the 2nd and the 9th, no later than the 16th of June.
So you're saying the discussion is going to be about if we're going to put it on the ballot? Why don't we just discuss it right now?
Because I
It's
don't
right here.
think that we have enough information, and really that information, again, does not, it is not going to impact, it's not a decision
Yeah,
that
it's
we
not
can
gonna impact
use
this
to
fiscal year.
complete this budget.
budget.
And I would really like to keep these conversations as separate and concise as we can. And so I would like to get through, we have a very, very emotionally charged conversation around our budget, very complicated, very difficult. We all know that. And I don't want the public to be misled and think that some of our solutions are going to be centered around a ballot initiative that may or may not pass in November.
I don't think it's another thing that we need to add at this time. That discussion needs to be done later, not now. We need to get through this budget process.
Well, like she said, I don't want to
That's
blur.
not a
I don't want to
solution.
blur. I already have enough confusion from people.
Yeah.
I don't want them to think. But I get what Ryan's saying. So we need to have that conversation as soon as we can. And
So I would be looking at possibly the first meeting of July, because I think we have this budget item on the 2 June meetings. We have to adopt the budget by,
The 30th.
correct.
This,
I mean, if staff, if it were.
Staff has got enough to do.
So,
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt too
No,
much.
no, wait.
But the point,
I would be fine with that if staff, if that's enough time for staff to, if it were approved by this board, would that be enough time for staff to pull this thing apart and put it back together again in 1 month prior to August 7th?
so I just want to go back to one of the things that you mentioned, about, the wording of the ballot measure and getting somebody else to do that. That's something that we are not going to be able to do as a board. That's something that individuals that are going to be behind that ballot measure are going to have to do. It's something that we know that we can't do.
We're talking about the
Okay,
arguments
so I'm
in
gonna-
favor.
I'm going to ask Ms. Batista to weigh in on this.
Let's clarify just a few things. On August 7th, the measure has to be to the Register of Voters. The actual arguments in favor or not in favor, we normally give you 10 days. So you would have at least another week, week and a half to write your arguments in favor of, or have somebody else write it in favor of. And then we have a couple days that you can write the rebuttal if somebody gives you favors, not in favor of or con. So just to be clear, on August 7th, the board would have to pass the resolution, the ordinance, all of that like we did before, and go down to the county clerk, me. But then there's still usually somewhere between 7 and 10 days, depending on how nice the county clerk is, for you to get the information for the pros and the cons to us. So don't put both of them together. It's not much more time, but it's a little more time.
So I just I'd like to make one point.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. This is not a budget issue. We cannot build a budget on any assumed outcome of this. So it really is not a budget issue. It's a separate issue.
Before Debbie
Now,
leaves,
just
I had
a
a question for her.
Just a second, let me finish. So I might agree with you, Ryan, that on timing, we may want to discuss this earlier rather than later, but it's not a budget issue, and this is a budget discussion. So I think that we need to move off of it and move on to the budget.
So I'm going to let you ask the question.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know that I don't know that we have 3 votes to even say that we're going to put this back on until we have the conversation. So ask your question, and then I am going to call, I'm going to make the chair's decision.
So just when I do my budget at home, I look at revenues and expenses. So saying that this is not a revenue part of our budget doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But my question to Debbie is, we had 3 readings of the ballot measure. Would the August 7th reading be the first? Or August, how would that?
That's going to be a Sarah question.
That's a me question. No, I was just looking at the calendar, so you have to bring it sometime in July for the reading, the first and the second reading. So the August 4th is a regular board meeting, and that would be your very last regular board meeting to bring the actual ordinance. So there, you have to back it up from there. Now, we can certainly have special meetings so that we have enough time to do it. And when you say, would staff have enough time to redo the ordinance, I don't know what you have in mind, Supervisor Campbell. I know that that there's certain language required to be in the ordinance that we absolutely would use again. And then if there's substantial changes, I mean, it just depends on what the board would direct the ordinance to look like.
I mean, if I'm hearing that is enough time for staff to redo the process, then I'm fine with it.
The beginning of July.
Yeah.
It's enough. I think it's enough time for us if we maintain this sort of similar ordinance language.
Okay.
And to answer your question, why we would not include any of this money in next year's budget?
I'm saying
Because it
talking
legally
about
hasn't
revenues.
been passed.
Right.
So we don't budget on fake revenue.
But if you're not making enough money to pay your bills, you got to get another job, right? So.
But usually you get
You
another
gotta
job
find
and you
another
go to
way.
that job and they give you a paycheck. In this particular case, we
But
would not have it passed.
Okay, I don't want to argue anymore. I'm just saying, we don't have enough money to cover the budget that we've established. One of the ways to do that is with cuts. The other way to do that is with revenues. This is a revenue measure. I think we need to discuss it sooner rather than later.
So we'll put it on the first July board meeting, please. All right. Moving on.
Okay, the next one, talking about revenue that we can't, not adding revenue into a budget that you don't actually know you're going to get. So CARES Act and then the HEROES Act. So we know the CARES Act was passed, and some of our larger counterparts across the nation, so in California or anywhere, anyone over 500,000 county-wise in some of our largest cities received an actual allocation. While this money sounds great, and now they're kind of amending, the governor did say he would be doing some distributions of the remaining $1 billion he has to counties. The problem is it comes with great limitations, as does most of the funding that both the federal and state government have made available. So for this one, it does not cover any lost revenue, so that cannot be something that we can backfill with this revenue. It has to be for direct costs related to COVID-19, which normally are costs that we're not already budgeted for. There's a little bit more wiggle room here because we do have some that are directly related, and I know Debbie's been spending a lot of time with that. So we're thinking for the current fiscal year about $250,000 to $300,000. But for next year, well, we have no idea if we'll be able to even use any of that. So right now you're seeing that big number of $5.5 million, which sounds fantastic. But of that, in its current form that it's written, we'd be lucky to get 300,000 of that and use it. We have been advocating, so your board has sent letters, CSAC, RCRC, all the county administrators joined a letter, so did NACO, and they've all been asking that the federal government would go back and amend the language in the original CARES Act legislation that would add that backfill for revenues in there. That has not occurred yet. I hear off and on that it might be possible, but it hasn't happened. The HEROES Act did pass the House, but what we're being told, and I was just reading an update from Graham Canals with CSAC this morning saying they think it is very unlikely that the Senate will pass this. And I know I've heard some comments from the president about not supporting the bill in its current form, which takes us back to the CARE Act. So if anyone's listening, a way that they can support counties and cities is to contact your federal legislators and ask them to go in and amend that language to backfill for revenues, because right now we couldn't use it. It also does, you'll see it on the slide there. We also have to certify that the county's following all the federal guidelines and state public health order, and that all of these funds, the way it's currently written, would also have to be expended by December of 2020. So, of course, what that means is if for our entire year, for our revenues, we're saying we're going to lose $2.5 million, even if they add the revenues and we don't get an extension of that date, we might only get to backfill revenues for half of our fiscal year. So some is always better than none, but we do need some additional advocacy to see if we can get that language changed.
Can you clarify what you just said about we would have to follow the state guidelines as well as the state public health officer guidelines in order to be eligible?
So what the governor had said, because money is coming through the governor's hands, is he was saying that in order to be eligible, you had to certify to the federal government that you're using it according to the guidelines. But the governor also said that we also would go to counties who are following his executive order and the state health officer's directives.
So then maybe at one point it would be good to do an analysis of how much money we're losing as an economy by following his orders versus how much we would not receive by following his orders.
And I don't know.
You see where I'm going with that?
I do. I just don't know if is it the right use of staff time?
I'm just saying in the near future, it might be better to look at this as how much we're losing because we're not up and running.
I doubt we would lose $5.5 million.
From operating?
Question on that, on the $5.5 million, and I understand it has to be expended by the end of the year, but we are looking at possibly drawing down our reserves to finish out this year, to balance this year's budget. Assuming that we could get it amended, but assuming that amendment didn't happen until after the closeout of the fiscal year, and this may be one for Debbie, would we be able to apply that to our reserves that we emptied out to balance our budget? In other words, could we apply it backwards into the current fiscal year?
If I remember what I read, this goes back and has to start from March 1st on, so the answer to that would be yes.
Okay.
The other thing is that if we're going to look at some lost revenues, there's things that we can look at and that we can justify. For example, the governor did a deferral on sales tax. We believe, or at least our vendor believes, that just this quarter alone, we're going to lose $360,000 in cash flow that we will get over the next 12 months. If we had the opportunity to use this funds for lost revenue, I would be claiming all $360,000 of that, even though eventually I'm going to get it through the state.
That's why I vote for you every time.
What?
That's why I vote for you every time.
Thank you. So there are opportunities that we could look at spending this money, but I'm with Tracy. I'm pretty creative. I don't know how we're going to come up with 5.5. Now, we could share some of this with our partners, but Tuolumne County should come first and then look at some partners. But it just depends on what the end criteria is going to be for spending this money.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, on the next slide. Sorry, I had him just go back to the revenue so we could see the amount of revenue we're estimating that we could lose in the current fiscal year, which was close to 1.5 million, but does not account for any realignment. So this slide, we were actually working through some of these slides yesterday, and we had the column on the left is a summary, and that's if your board was to take action and vote to do every single thing that we've outlined, and we never anticipated that that would happen. But if it did, we kind of went through and we talked about the FTEs that would be affected if you did it that way. And so as you can see, if we did every single thing, we have a $4.6 million shortfall. We need to reduce spending and or increase revenues. This would give us $4 million in cost savings. It would leave $567,000 remaining. That at the $72,000 median range for cost of an employee would be 8 positions. So if you were to add that, again, no decision has been made. This is for illustration only. If that meant like the juvenile hall and the library, which have 24, we would see elimination of 32 positions in that way. If we were to go straight on looking at positions to carry the day for all of this, and we didn't do any of these things on the left where we're being as creative as we can, you can see that it's actually 65 positions based on the median cost of $72,000. That's twice as much as if we had looked at some of these other measures. We know that we're going to have to do something, but in order for us to bring to your board on June 2nd the first blush of a balanced budget, we will need some pretty clear direction from the board as to what you want to see in the budget and what you don't. We know some of that will come next week. But what I did want to do, because there's some I think that your board is ready to provide direction on, and we do need some guidance if we can go back a few of these slides. Yeah, so the first one is... So we know we're already working on the concession bargaining, and that's been going on for some time. So the next one is recreation, and right now, we know he's going to come back with those fees, but what I'm looking at right now are some very specific answers or directions from your board, and that would be, and I don't know if we actually had Eric speak to this, does your board want him to try and put together a summer recreation program? Now, I don't know if we'll be able to. I know the governor was speaking to it a bit this week. I guess that would have been yesterday. Just about trying to figure out a way to get these summer programs together so people can get back to work. I don't know, and Eric and I talked about this. Would he even be able to put one together? I think he'd be hard-pressed, and if you wanted to ask that. But otherwise, if we did not put a summer recreation program together, I would recommend that in the budget, we would push recreation out until the spring, because then he would get ready to start doing spring camp, and then he would also at that time be starting the process, if not before, of the summer program that he would put together. So that's one. I don't know if you want me to stop, and then Eric is here too. If you
Summer rec include the soccer program later on in the summer, or is that just pools?
Standard Park is separate. We'll have to talk about Standard Park. Whether or not it can open will be the governor, of course, saying, can we have live spectator sports? So this is just recreation. These are those programs that they would run. The biggest one would be this summer. If not, I would still recommend we are utilizing grant funds for the administrative assistant who's here, who's helping us right now. She's done a great job in our office. She's been helping backfill a position that we had vacant in OES, and then she's still available to help Eric as needed. And then Eric is, as we've talked about, he continues to not only work on budget and being creative to see how we can meet the needs of our community, but also he's taking care of Standard Park and some of those other locations to ensure that they're maintained. So again, if you wanted to know, could he put something together? I don't know. We'd have to get Eric up here and ask him.
I guess the question would be, what would be the cost and the staff time to put something like that together, assuming it's not going to happen anyway?
Well, if we don't think it's going to happen anyways, why would we do it?
No, I'm saying we're preparing a summer recreation program. What would be the staff time and the costs associated with just that preparation, not the actual program?
You're only talking about 8 weeks, basically.
Well, it's
and That's
Right.
going to go fast.
He hasn't done any of the hiring. He would normally, we do background check on all those kids. You do training all of the kids. And I say kids are young people that
Yeah.
come in and work.
I'm just saying, what's the cost in money and opportunity that we'd be losing if we spent that time to prepare a summer recreation program to then have the governor not open up those opportunities to us
I mean,
anyway?
basically my time, which I'm already currently, so just be reallocating my time from doing other things to doing that, so there wouldn't be an additional cost there. One of the other big hurdles that we also have to look at for that program is a facility. I have been in communication with the school since December. Curtis Creek was generous enough to allow us there prior to all this COVID happening. Now, I've been in contacts with them, and they're not sure where they're going to be. They're not sure if the school district and their board is going to want to allow their campus open up to the public or just their students. So facility is also going to be another hurdle that we would have to deal with in regards to the summer rec program.
And have you heard from parents from previous years? What's the demand or what?
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of phone calls and emails wondering what's going on. We've been in communication. We've been planning as though it's going to happen in case that it does happen, so communicating with staff. But again, a lot of them are high school and college students, so not knowing where they're going to be at in the next couple months. But the facility is the biggest hurdle. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to be, even if the governor says that we can open back up, I don't know that they're going to fully open that campus to allow 200 kids and families and staff to come on campus, or if they want to just keep it contained and isolated and disinfected and just for their students. That's something that I can't say at this point.
Okay.
But we would definitely have those conversations and try to make something happen. But not knowing when we're going to be allowed to do that and where staff's going to be at that point, it's kind of hard to say, could we turn it around in a week or 2 weeks? But we would make every effort to try and provide something.
Yeah. Well, my preference obviously would be that we do try, but recognizing that, and it pains me to say it, that it seems pretty unlikely that we will have the opportunity to have a summer recreation program this year.
Yeah.
Just based on what's going in the broader state and in the nation right now.
It won't be for a lack of us preparing and trying to make it happen.
If there's a way we can try to make it happen, I'd be all for that. And I don't want to add, I don't want you to have to tilt at windmills here, doing something futile.
That's worth it.
But like you said, I think it's worth it. I'm open to.
There are other
Other
impacts. We have to do the physicals. There are costs that are associated for him to be able to get a program ready to go. You've got to do the interviews. You've got to do the physicals. You've got to get them hired. You got to do the background check. So I just want to make sure we understand that we could be not just spending Eric's time, but his time, HR's time, who's doing a lot of work and things. So there's a lot of other impacts. So I just want to make sure the board is considering for something that it may not happen, but I know I've had a few of you come to me asking, could he get one running? And
Yeah, and there would be some costs out of this fiscal year. If we were looking to start sometime in July, we would have to start doing interviews and background checks and things like that. So there would be some costs out of this fiscal year that would arise if we were to try and do a program starting in July.
In your rec programs, those fall under stage 4, correct? I would think.
I'm just looking at Sarah. I think stage 4, but then he was talking about summer programs yesterday, and so I don't know.
He's changing every day.
It could be 3 or 4.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, based on that, either this board's going to go in the direction in the near future, or we're going to say that we're aligned in suit with Newsom. And if we're aligned in suit on paper with Newsom and we're following the stages, I would say don't waste your time and energy and valuable resources on that. I'm all for rec stuff. I'm all for that. But I'm hearing everything, Supervisor. I mean, we both got young kids. We would love to have those programs. But if we say we're going to do the stages, and a lot of that's going to fall on stage 4, I don't see how we're going to make it happen. So that would be my recommendation, is to try and make work what we can make work now, and let some things go for this summer, and get through this.
I'm looking across the board for as painful as it is.
Just going down the direction needed. Charge for services, you recommend it. I would modify that to make the charges competitive, for lack of a better word. So, yeah, I don't see people paying, I don't remember the number, $13 or $15 to use a pool.
Right.
Okay, so I'd make the charges competitive with the surrounding areas, but yes, to the extent possible. Maintain youth services, you're recommending yes. I would say yes. Keep recreation services closed until next spring. I would say yes, just because there's no sense burning the money that we need to conserve this year, because anything we conserve this year is money we got next year as well. So
You got to put all those people that you're going to be interviewing through a task, and you're not going to be able to promise them a job because we don't know where it's at. To me, it would be a waste of time not knowing what direction and the timing of when it's going to happen.
And the downside is if we say we're just going to wait till next spring and sometime in June the governor decides that the 1st of July or whatever that we could have some summer rec programs. It's not going to be all of them by any means. We're going to lose maybe 4 or 5 weeks of summer rec programs before the school year starts again. So,
And the one thing with this, with staff, is no one's really hiring right now, so it's not like they're going off and getting jobs elsewhere. So there's a possibility that there would still be enough staff around that we could put something together.
and if we need to, we can always scramble at the last minute if the governor gets a little looser as well.
So my recommendation then is, because this is what we're going to put into the budget system, which is going to drive our numbers for our update next week, is we would, summer rec would be kept essentially closed until next spring, and I'll work with Eric to get the date of when he'd have to start looking at incurring costs for those spring programs. We would keep youth centers closed until Labor Day, so essentially when school starts, we would get those, if we are allowed to have the youth centers open, but that would be what we would budget for. And then recreation, the standard park, right now, as far as I am seeing, that's still stage 4. I would still say Labor Day, unless he comes up with something else, but that means we essentially would only have about 9 months or maybe 10 months worth of costs, because we would include September. That's what we would do in the budget, and then we would bring that back to you with outlines of what we've changed in the budget for you to make a final decision later. Yeah? Okay. All right. What I heard with outside agencies, Tuolumne Park and Rec, I'm sorry, this is different. With Tuolumne Park and Rec, there was some conversation, but I didn't hear a final. Do you want us to remove it from the budget? Again, we're not making a final decision until it comes back in the, we do have a notification within there. Do you remember what it is? We'll look at it. But direction to leave it in the budget or take it out of the budget?
So this is where I didn't get a chance to chime in. It's 1.5 FTE, correct? Is that what the position's worth?
Well, that would be what it would be equivalent to,
Equivalent
right?
to. So my only concern is even if we have Sheriff Pooley in the cruise, or we have that one extra body at facilities.
Mm-hmm.
If we cut it completely, obviously that work's going to have to come from somewhere else. But if that whole facility ends up becoming neglected, which there's a good chance it will be if we don't get enough staff out there, at what point would we have the opportunity to relook at that or renegotiate? Or instead of cutting it full time, what about going back to like a half or 0.75 FTE?
Yeah, so I have had conversations with James Wood, and we have had talked about some of those things, maybe changing the contract or the possibility of bringing it back in the future when the economy changes. And so this would not be the end of it at this point. We're just looking for answers. What are we going to do this year to get through?
Okay.
Yeah, and, this pains me equally with some of the discussion about the rec program. The main difference here is that we're talking about a contract, and I think our chief obligation is to preserve FTEs that are within the county system, if at all possible. And we do have another option with the sheriff's crews here. So I do support eliminating this contract.
I've voiced this in one-on-one sessions before. I'll just voice it for the public. My only concern is this is, albeit the sheriff's work crews are going to be doing a lot of the work, but, and I know that our facilities maintenance people do the routine facilities maintenance now. I'm just concerned with any increased workload that this might put on our facilities people, because they're maxed out already. I mean, if we had an excess amount of money in our budget, I'd be looking to plus up our facilities maintenance because they're really overmaxed right now.
Well, remember, the jail number includes another facilities maintenance worker
Okay.
and a housekeeper in that number, because we're adding 60,000 square feet while we're still keeping the other building, and we didn't add anything when we added the juvenile hall.
Okay.
So it does add a little capacity. I don't expect they're going to spend 40 hours a week there, but they will spend some there for sure.
And I'll go with the rest of the board.
Sheriff, you're able to do that job?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so for Visitors Bureau, what I heard was leave it alone. Just looking.
I don't know that I'm there.
So
what I want to see, I want to see a further discussion between you and Lisa, and how can they contribute to our problem
on the short term.
In the short term.
I just want to make sure everyone's aware of the timeline. I don't know that we'll be able to come to any type of agreement by the time your board needs to look at a balanced budget.
You
So
can
I would
shake
leave it
hands,
in
though,
there.
can't you?
I can shake hands. Well, no, actually, I can't.
Can you bump elbows?
I will definitely talk with Lisa for sure. I just don't know that, we may not be able to get to a point. But I will have that conversation. For now, I will leave it in because it does require a 90-day termination anyways notice. And I wasn't hearing that you guys are all on the same page of wanting to see that terminated anyways. And
I would like additional information on the TBID. And I heard the caller that called in say that it isn't the fix that I think I've heard some of my Mariposa counterparts, supervisors over there, I've heard them talk about it. And so I would like to understand that more. And I would like you to have a conversation with Mariposa County and collect some information and have the conversation with the Visitors
we can do
Bureau
that.
specifically.
I think Terry is probably right with Rush Creek. She said it takes years before you get all of it, because there's no regulatory mandate that they have to collect the money and forward this on. So they all of a sudden could be still charging, right, what they would have charged anyways, but they're not forwarding that on any longer. So it takes longer, I think, to get them all on board. Those who are more engaged will always participate than those who are less
So it's a
engaged.
collection issue.
It's a collection for sure, and getting them to voluntarily add it on there and then forward it, because there's no regulatory oversight or obligation.
But having to Supervisor Brennan's point a little bit, this is another one that this is not a new discussion, okay? We've had this discussion back when we passed the last TOT increase. We've had this discussion any number of times in between then and now. I think that it's a discussion worth continuing with the Visitors Bureau. At what point is, because it's a percent, and I get that they're making a large contribution to the revenue stream, and I'm appreciative of that, but there's some point where I think a cap makes some sense, and I don't know where that point is, but maybe some kind of a hybrid discussion of a hybrid model with them for the long term. Again, maybe we're not going to get $250,000 from them in the short term, but I think the discussion is important.
I kind of agree with that. I don't think we're going to get 250,000, but we need to have something in place where we say we reduce it by 5%, to a total of 20, or if we're not able to get any kind of other agreements. Because your comment initially was that you said you had heard that we were going to maintain the status quo with respect to the Visitors Bureau funding. I don't agree with that. I think something does have to change, and like Super Rotifer said, I don't necessarily know what that is, whether it's taking on other responsibilities through the Visitors Bureau and maintaining the funding at the level it is, or just flat reducing the percentage of TOT to Visitors Bureau. I would prefer the former. But, you know, until we have some more information, until you're able to communicate with the Visitors Bureau, I don't know if we can, when can we revisit that, I guess? I mean, I know, when will we have another opportunity to come at it?
Well, Supervisor Brennan said she'd like to have a special meeting next Tuesday, or next week. We haven't decided on the day. What we will have to decide when we put that agenda together, is it just for the juvenile hall to keep that pure, or are we looking at juvenile hall and budget? So that, you know, and will I be able to get, I don't know when Lisa's board meetings are, so even though she says, yeah, I think we can do that, she might need to wait for a board meeting herself this Thursday. So, yeah, this Thursday.
So I'd be comfortable with something like a handshake agreement with the Visitors Bureau, and if we don't have that, going to 20%, something along those lines, so that there is some incentive to come to an agreement where we're not just maintaining the Visitors Bureau at the level it was, when the world we live in is different than when this agreement was reached initially.
Yeah. I'll definitely give her a call. I was going to anyways, but knowing she has a board meeting on Thursday of this week kind of pushes that up just a little bit more.
And we'll coordinate on that also.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one is library. And what I would recommend is I work with Eric Aiken and see what that model might look like, a hybrid model. We've already kind of, Eric is already the library recreation manager, and what he's really talking about is making it a true hybrid. So you would have some shared staff, which makes sense for those off-season times too, that they could help out a bit in the library. But we can explore that. I'm expecting, we heard him, if we were going to say 450 plus the 230 and, what is it, about 230 in mandated costs, that would take you down to one branch, no bookmobile. We'd have to talk about Groveland still. Groveland is relatively minor because the Friends do pay specifically for their relief staff up there, but we'll work on that. We can give an update on that next week, is what those numbers look like. And I know your board is aware of this. We are going to have to work, meaning the department heads, not just us, but we are going to have to work very hard because it's very clear we're not going to get that column on the left, right? Which means we need to be, in order to look at any types of layoff notices, we cannot do that any later than June 7th, which means I need to bring that list to your board. We have a meeting on the 2nd. Of course, the board could have a special meeting any other day of that week. But because the first payroll starts, that is paid in July, starts on June 21st, we have to give them 14 days notice. And without having any of these big levers in here that we can utilize, that means I need to really get to work on a list of positions, and these are general fund centric. So I just want to make sure, we're probably, we're at less than $1 million that we will be affecting. We will get some of the, we'll be laying in the concession bargaining, so that will help. And we'll see where we're at after that, and we can bring that update to you guys next week. But I will need to get you guys a list of layoffs by that first week of June in order to meet the timeline that we're required to have for our employees to give them notice.
Are you done with the presentation? Or
yes.
I had some questions. Page 8 of the slide, I think it's page 4 of this, but slide 8. It talks about Freeze formal education program. How much money is that worth, the formal education?
Not much. This year they may have spent $20,000 in that one.
Okay. And then the increased employees PERS from 6.25 to 6.75 for tiers 1 and 2.
We would never be able to get that done this fiscal year, so that would be a conversation for later. So the reason you didn't see these things on the right, Anaya, on the next slide is for very specific reasons. So this is the slide. Look at your next slide that has, so it goes from the first one, budget ideas, and then we pared it down to the next set of slides. There's a reason there's only 2 of them on there, and that's because we need to stick to those 2 for now.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
And then at a future date, are we going to have discussion on how the board and elected officials are going to contribute to the budget moving
Yes.
forward as well?
We will be bringing any of the bargaining groups who have agreed to any of the concession bargaining. Hopefully, we can get those to the board on June 2nd. I know Ann has been working really, really hard with Sarah to get all of that language and modifications written, because remember, those are modifications of a compensation or MOU, compensation agreement or MOU. So those should be coming on June 2nd, and it would be my intention to bring one for everyone that we possibly could that day.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You have the direction that, okay.
We kind of skimmed over library. I wanted to go back to that real quick for a minute. Well, the combining, this was the first I heard of this, the idea of combining library staff, and I'm not clear. So we're talking about closing all of the branches, including the bookmobile?
Right.
Maintaining the main branch with what, half current staffing and then half?
I don't know. I haven't.
Park?
I mean, Eric just came to me last night with an idea of a way to reduce the cost significantly and maintain library services.
Okay.
So he and I have not had anything other than, I think I have this great idea. I've written it out, but he and I need to sit down. So we will bring an update as to what that looks like
Okay.
for the board next week.
And I appreciate that, and I am very fond of new ideas, and I'm not particularly fond of this one.
Remember, there are very few, the only full-time staff that we have in the recreation department
Yeah.
is Eric and Tracy.
I just don't,
I mean, there are others that have been furloughed, but those are the
so the only savings is going to be in staffing, and what you're doing is you're diminishing the services of both departments.
I don't think so.
How could you provide the same kind of services when you're?
Well, we'll bring that to you, but based on what he and I talked about, you would just backfill with the two staff that would be available to backfill.
Yeah.
But it means you wouldn't have any relief staffing because you wouldn't need them. If you close those other branches, you would bring all of your permanent staff into one branch. We've talked about this before, I think it was last year. So you have a full-time librarian or library assistant, senior library assistant in Twain Harte. You have another one who does about half-time in Tuolumne. When you start bringing those staff into the main branch, you don't need your relief staff like you did in the past. I'm not saying there wouldn't be any other changes, but that would be some of those most significant changes in the way you staff.
That would free up staffing. I just don't understand why we're talking about closing all of the branches and enacting this. Because the way I see it, that would be kind of a last-ditch effort to maintain some of these other branches, because, like, if you look at the Tuolumne branch, that building's ours. It's paid for. The costs are minimal except for staffing.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we're freeing up staffing at the main branch so that they can work at Tuolumne, I'm all for that. But why would we then?
No, we're freeing up staff we're taking staff, we're eliminating $60,000 worth of relief staffing so that by taking staff from other departments and bringing them into the main branch. That's the staffing that's so we're not making more room in the main branch. We're actually taking the staff that would work in other branches and bringing them into the main branch and eliminating relief staffing. So you're using all your permanent staffing to maintain the primary. And of course, this is your board's decision.
So
You guys will
are we
decide.
still hitting 10 FTEs?
I don't know right now. We haven't, like I said, we just talked about it last night, Ryan. We will
And so I
definitely-
really would appreciate giving staff an opportunity to work this up so we can see what it means. And I'm going to say thank you, because when I was thinking about closing all of the libraries, again, I appreciate some solution here that has some opportunity to keep some of this open. So I'm going to look forward to what that conversation and presentation is. Okay. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Pardon? We are done with this item. We will be back and do our 1:30 appointments.
presentation. I'll see if she. But there has to be the attitude with it. Oh. Yes.
As long as that's not captured on.
No, it will. Oh, no, Jim's got you. She turned the microphone.
Yeah, but the sound is okay.
I'm looking at the calendar.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what? Can we turn that off? Sorry, Annie. Turn it off. Yeah, no problem.
What? Want me to turn that on? Off? Off or on? Did you want it off or on? No, she asked me to do something with this. But I off? Is he out there?
I think he's in the.
Did you want it off?
I turned that one. That one. I turned the other one. Yeah, you're there.
I just didn't want to. I missed the action verb in that sentence, and I
Off,
didn't
yes.
wanna-
On. Okay.
I can read the item. I can.
We're back in session. Will the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is public hearing to consider adopting a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the 2019-2020 funding year of the State Community Development Block Grant Program.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Today I'm here to pitch it for my colleague Terry Cox, who's on the phone. Before you today for consideration is a grant application for CDBG for the fiscal year, or for fiscal year 2019-2020. HCD issued a NOFA funding of notice of funding availability for this grant application and called for projects. The combined funding cycle has approximately $60 million in it, which is double the usual allocation for this grant. The major activities that are eligible to apply for these funds include projects such as homeownership assistance, housing rehabilitation, community facilities and public works projects, business assistance and microenterprise activities, planning studies, and public services programs. The CDBG funds for this grant application must meet at least one of the following three national objectives. It must either benefit to low-income households or persons, elimination of slum or blight, or meet urgent community development needs. On November 19th, 2019, your Board of Supervisors held a public hearing to request recommendations from our community in regards to possible projects for this grant application. At the close of the call for projects, there were two proposals that were submitted for your consideration. One was from the Jamestown Sanitary District for the replacement of sewer outfall lines, and the other was from Groveland Community Service District for their water system. At the January 21st, 2020 board meeting, your board selected the GCSD water system improvement project and requested staff to work with them on a grant application. So, as you know, before you today is this grant application that Terry Cox has been working with GCSD on. GCSD owns and operates the water distribution system serving the downtown Groveland area and Big Oak Flat. The proposed improvements will replace a system of 4-inch water mains that are nearly 70 years old. It will also install approximately 20,940 linear feet of 8-inch water lines, 70 fire hydrants, 57 water valves, and 200 residential water services. A total of 915 persons, of which 685 low-income
people will benefit from this grant if we apply and we're successful. The budget for this project is as follows. Groveland Water System Improvement Project will receive from the grant $3,267,500. The activity delivery is $40,000, and then administration of this grant will be $192,500, and that's divided between Cox Consultant, and then the county gets a portion of that to administer this grant. The proposed project is ready for construction upon approval of funding from HCD, and this is a hearing, so any written comments regarding the CDBG program can be addressed to the County Administrator's Office at 2 South Green Street, Sonora. And so here today, myself and Terry Cox on the phone, staff is recommending to your board to approve the attached resolution and authorize the submission of the 2019-2020 CDBG grant application. And Terry, if there's anything else you want to add?
All right, we are going to open the public hearing. Will Ms. Jamar again remind people how they can comment?
You can call into the number at 533-6581.
Do we have any public comment?
Go ahead. Peter, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon.
All right, we are going to open the public hearing. Will Ms. Jamar give people how they
Please turn off your mic. Okay. You're clear to speak now.
You do. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors, Chairwoman Brennan. Sorry, I've been involved in your budget deliberations for quite a period of time this afternoon, and I really appreciate all the effort and hard work on everything that you're doing here. We certainly understand the budget issues that you're going through, so I won't belabor this or make it difficult. I really want to say that can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. I thought you were speaking to me. I just wanted to say that we very, very much appreciate the effort of the county staff and consultants and the Board of Supervisors in considering this item. It's been something that we've been working on for several years and have gotten this project in a position to be able to go to construction immediately and work very well with county staff to get through all of the application items, and it's been a very cooperative effort, and look forward to building this to the benefit of the communities of Groveland and Big Oak Flat. I very much appreciate your effort and look forward to hopefully a positive vote.
All right, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes.
Hold on just a moment. He's coming back.
I'm sorry.
You're on with the board.
Consultants and
Thank you. I'm just holding for item 1.
Considering this
You're on
item,
with the board.
it's been something that we've been working on for
Lynn,
several
go ahead and
years.
talk to the board.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Ronnie Lynn. I'm a resident of Groveland. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my volume down.
And I would just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for deciding to allow GCSD to apply under the CBD grant. This is something that our community desperately needs, and I would strongly encourage you to keep this grant moving forward so our ratepayers will not have to bear the brunt of fixing a system that's 70 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing and bring this back to the board. Supervisor Gray?
I'd be happy to move on staff recommendations.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Will the clerk please read our second 130 appointment?
This is a consideration of approving the Community Development Block Grant Sub-Recipient Agreement with Groveland Community Services District for the implementation of the Groveland Waste System Improvement Project.
Great. Great. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. This is a companion item to the item that you just approved as far as the 2019-2020 CDBG grant application. We're going to submit, the submission that we're going to be doing includes construction. And whenever you have constructions projects, one of the items that CDBG looks at is if you're shovel ready to go. One of those items that they look at for being shovel ready is a subrecipient agreement. And so before you today for your consideration is a subrecipient agreement with Groveland Community Service District. This agreement has been reviewed and approved by the Board of Directors for GCSD, and it has been reviewed by our County Counsel's Office. The timeline in the agreement shows that the project will be completed in approximately 12 months from the state award. This is subject to the time of year that the award is made. Projects are submitted to the state as they are ready to go, or what we call are over the counter. So there's not just one filing date. They can come in as projects are ready to go, and the HCD will process them, review them, and fund them as they have money available. The awards for this project, as I said, will be approved as funding becomes available. So before you today, staff is recommending that your board approve the subrecipient agreement with Groveland Community Service Districts for the implementation of the Groveland Water System Improvement CDBG project. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. Is there any public comment? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
He's there if you wish to address any questions to people.
Okay. I see no questions. So thank you. No other public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Okay, will the clerk please read item number 12?
This is consideration of approving an application of the Federal Emergency Management Agency Fire Prevention and Safety Grant for the purpose of assisting the fire department to enhance its fire prevention and fire education programs for Tuolumne County.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sure we're far away from probably 10 a.m. this morning when you thought we would be hearing this item.
No worries. Thank you for the time to bring this before you. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for Tuolumne County Fire. And with me is Caleb Flanagan, the Fire Inspector 2 for Tuolumne County Fire. And today we're here to talk about a FEMA grant application. Times are no doubt difficult, as we've been discussing all day, and it's been through the media and the county's been dealing with for some time. Perhaps the most difficult in a generation, but fires don't have boundaries. They don't recognize a budget surplus or a budget deficit. We feel it's important, however, for the protection of life and property to continue with some of the initiatives that we've discussed in the past, even if at a careful and more planned pace. As we plan for recovery, and Tuolumne County will recover. Normally, we go quickly through our grant applications, even at times, and recently have been on consent. And then we will come back later for board to discuss the grants in greater detail if awarded, and ask the board to recognize the unanticipated revenue. However, this grant is different in that it isn't all for much-needed equipment, but also includes 2 grant-funded positions to expand our life-saving mission. So the Fire Prevention and Safety Grant application period closes on the 29th of this month. This grant is from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and was created to assist fire departments to enhance their fire prevention and education programs and to reach high-risk target groups and mitigate incidents of deaths, injuries, and property damage caused by fire and fire-related hazards. This grant represents one of a comprehensive set of measures that Congress authorized and implemented through the Department of Homeland Security. Among the 5 basic Homeland Security missions noted in the 2018 DHS Quadrennial Homeland Security Review, the Fire Prevention and Safety Program supports the goal to strengthen national preparedness and resilience. And if awarded, this grant will also help the preparedness and resilience for Tuolumne County. So according to the latest report from Congress, and looking at fire trends, we see that how fire safety has improved greatly since 1974, when the U.S. Fire Administration was coordinated. And even so, though, 80% of deaths from fire in the United States occur in the home. And another aspect of this fire prevention initiative is for business inspections. And one of the items that we've discovered in doing our research in preparation for this grant is that only 1 out of 4 businesses that catch fire reopen, and 25% of those businesses fail within the first year. So this is preventing fires, and that's one thing that's hard to measure. The success of a fire prevention program is you're not having those incidents, but obviously the prevention of these fires has a dramatic effect on life and property and the community. So as I mentioned, 80% of the fire deaths occur in the residence each year. Well, this number of residential fire deaths has reduced substantially since the creation of the U.S. Fire Administration. Majority of these losses occur in homes that don't have sprinklers. And as we know, the county adopted an ordinance in 2010 for home fire sprinklers. But of course, the majority of homes and older businesses do not have sprinklers. Another good, excellent fire preventer, as we're all aware of, is smoke detectors, and recognizing the need for smoke detectors. In a recent last year, we worked with the Red Cross in installing smoke detectors in one of our communities. And of the 90 homes in a mobile home park, only one of them had a working smoke detector. So even in this day and age, the need for smoke detectors is great. These grants are offered to support projects in 2 activities, as the name implies: fire prevention and safety. And one of those includes research. The Tuolumne County Fire Department would like to apply for the fire prevention activities to reach a high-risk target groups and mitigate the incidence of death, injuries, and property damage caused by fire and fire-related hazards. There's 3 parts of this that we'd like to apply for: community risk reduction, code enforcement and awareness, and fire and arson investigation. And the goals of the program include, for community risk reduction, to decrease fire incidents, fire deaths, to increase the percent of whole community population trained, and that's our education and outreach efforts, and local number of lives saved. On our code enforcement, we want to decrease the percentage of total fire losses, decrease the number of structure fires. We've seen a slight increase over the last 3 years, and decrease in fire deaths. And also a decrease in inspectable property structure fires with at least $25,000 in loss, which isn't hard to reach in today's day and age when you have a fire. For the fire and arson investigation, we want to increase the percentage of fires where a cause is determined and increase the arson arrest and conviction rate. These goals will be accomplished through the following methods: in community risk reduction and education. Our plan is, if awarded, the grant is to, as part of a comprehensive home fire safety campaign, we'll target specific high-risk populations with door-to-door smoke detector installations and home fire safety inspection programs. There will also be, as I mentioned, an educational component that's delivered as part of the smoke alarm installation. We'll also expand on the educational and fire prevention information that we do, that we have historically done throughout the county at fairs and events and this school programs. For code enforcement and awareness, part of the rollout, and this is where the 2 grant-funded positions come in as part of the code enforcement and awareness goals, and we'll reach those as part of the initiative that we discussed early last fall, late last summer, about the proactive fire code and life safety inspection program for mandated and non-mandated commercial businesses. These 2 full-time grant-funded positions will be needed to supplement our Fire Prevention Bureau to conduct inspections on state fire marshal mandated inspections and non-mandated inspections on all commercial occupancies in the TCFD jurisdiction. This would include a minimal fee to account for the time and cost of the personnel for the inspections. We believe that once established, the proposed fee program will sustain the inspection program after the grant period. This grant will help offset the startup cost for the program and includes personnel cost, equipment, code books, training, assistance for the adoption of awareness of building and fire codes, which we have in place, so the awareness part of that, and promotion of code enforcement to improve engineering or enacting fire-related ordinance for new construction. So the goal is education, and just like with the defensible space, the goal is in education, not necessarily enforcement. For the fire and arson investigation, we aim to aggressively investigate all fires and reduce the number of undetermined fire causes by increasing the training and experience and utilizing outside investigation sources or labs when possible. The grant supports these goals. In closing, we think collectively that these actions will help to continue to make Tuolumne County more safe for businesses and the homeowners, employees, residents, visitors, and vulnerable populations, and increase the knowledge about fire prevention safety while reducing the loss of life and property in the county. There is a share of cost of 5% for this grant, and we believe we could meet that grant through in-kind cost share match. And there's a variety of methods, and we have those planned out as far as equipment and time and assistance through the grant. And with that, any questions?
Are there any questions?
We believe that we can meet the match through the in-kind cost share.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any public comment? No public comment? I'm going to bring this back.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Campbell.
Yep. And thank you for going after the money.
And thank you for going after the money.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 13?
This is consideration of approving the reorganization of the Department of Treasurer, Tax Collector, and the Office of Revenue Recovery, and the class specification, salary range, and assignment of bargaining units to the Management Association for a Revenue Recovery Supervisor position.
Good afternoon, board members. Justin Burtwislow, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I brought before you a proposal here to consider approving personnel changes to begin a reorganization of the Office of Revenue Recovery within the Treasurer Tax Collector Department. We expect these changes will increase revenue collections, decrease costs, and provide better analytical information and flexibility going into the future. This is the first step in the reorganization and is being requested at this time because we need to quickly accommodate for losing a key position in our office. Past resolutions of your board establishing ORR and delegating authority to collect debt still exist from as early as 1988, and those delegations will need to be updated in accordance with this proposal. If your board approves the personnel changes as proposed, my office will bring a follow-up item at a future meeting to revise the delegations accordingly. The Treasurer Tax Collector Department houses the Office of Revenue Recovery, which collects for county departments, the courts, and housing and business loans, and others. Historically, the Treasurer Tax Collector and Revenue Recovery divisions have had separate specialized staff with a shared Revenue Recovery Manager who's strong in both the tax and ORR divisions. Recently, our Revenue Recovery Manager was promoted to the Auditor's Office. This broke the key link between our divisions and left us shorthanded with some big shoes to fill. So I went to Tracy and Ann, and we came up with this proposal that gets us back on our feet while reducing costs and offering us much-needed flexibility within the department. For example, the same week we lost the Revenue Recovery Manager, the governor issued the stay-at-home order, and to comply with this order, we could easily rotate the ORR shifts and still keep up with essential functions, but tax staff was already behind as we were approaching the April 10th property tax deadline. So we suddenly saw an emphasized effect of what we see during natural busy seasons throughout the year for each division. The proposal eliminates the Revenue Recovery Manager position and allocates its responsibility to me, a new Revenue Recovery Supervisor position, and support staff. It effectively allows 6 positions to be shared between the 2 divisions if needed. 3 would be shared on a daily basis, myself, a new senior accountant, and the accountant 1 position. These would provide oversight, analytical, and data entry support for ORR, as well as tax. The ORR collectors are spending a significant amount of their time on data entry tasks. To give the collectors more time to collect, we plan to have an accountant oversee the efficient entering of account information and automate those procedures as best we can. Overall, we expect the new structure will increase revenue collections, decrease costs, increase capacity for both divisions, provide more upward mobility for staff, and allow more flexibility in general. Further, we expect better analytical data will bring to light additional information that will allow future improvements. Could I answer any questions?
This time I'll ask if there's any public comment. No public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring this back.
Just want to thank you for being innovative there and saving us money and making us money. So thank you. With that, I would move on staff recommendations.
I'll second, and thank you too.
Thanks.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Kirk. I think we would all echo the sentiments that Supervisor Gray made. And with that, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Item 14 has been pulled. And due to the lateness, I'm going to skip item 15 until the next meeting. And so I would ask that the clerk please read our closed session item 16. Item 17 has also been pulled.
So this is closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart, Ann Frem, Kim Phipps, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, and it's all bargaining units.
Okay, do we anticipate a report out? All right. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll adjourn into closed session.